All eyes on Doge. Big run up. To the moon. Whew. Doge still going up. All eyes on Doge. Still big run up. To the moon. Keep going up. Going up. All eyes on Doge. Dogecoin. Upward movement in Doge. Dogecoin. Up. All eyes on Doge. Dogecoin. Upward movement in Doge. Dogecoin. 42.69. All eyes on Doge. Dogecoin.
Everybody, Kriss here. Welcome on a Friday. We're starting early. Yes, super early, Ryan, because we got some pump going on in altcoins, including Doge, Pepe, Litecoin, Filecoin. What? Who has Filecoin? But it's worth coming on early because I did want to catch it before the market makers start taking out too many new longs, which seems to be what's happening right at the moment. So we'll see whether the pump, we turn around and go back up, or whether the market makers are going to control back down. So a lot going on, a lot to talk about. We're going to be talking about a lot of alts today. We'll touch on Bitcoin a little bit, but this is Dogecoin, alts, etc. You'll see on the Dogecoin screen here, we got two boxes. Dogecoin at the moment is between the two boxes, because it's at 1792. It did come over 18 cents. It did re-enter the purple box. If you don't know what the boxes are, I will explain it in a minute. But just zoomed in, we did get over 18 cents. We did get into the purple box. But there's a little bit of downward action at the moment, taking out new leverage longs that are trying to ride the backs of the altcoins pumping with new leverage trades, and the market makers are going, no, you don't get to win at this. We're taking out the shorts now. You guys coming in with new long trades, now we're going to take you out too. So we have that going on for Dogecoin. We zoom out, we look at the bigger picture. Here it is. From the flash crash of October 10th. And you can't really see the big long wick down, but you guys remember, right? October 10th, all the way down to 9.5 cents. And then Dogecoin was trading sideways for 3 weeks. For 3 weeks, trading sideways. And so I made these purple boxes, and I made them not only for Doge, but I made them for most of the altcoins and Bitcoin on my watch list. And then when we had the big pullback last Sunday, just 5 days ago, I was creating a new red box here for Doge. And again, this is just for tracking purposes. I wanted to be able to track the trading, and I was afraid we were going to end up sideways trading. Instead of like around 19 cents, we were going to be around 16 cents. And I didn't like that. I was like, no. So I didn't make red boxes for everything, but I did make it for Dogecoin. And we broke out of the red box this morning and kept going up and actually touched into the purple box again. So again, I just use these boxes as a way to track the trading, because I still think we're kind of in a crab market. We're not in a bear or bull market. We're not in a bear market. I think we're still in a crab market. And we're just trying to reset levels back to where we were last week. That is what this move is. Now, for some alts, we went much higher, but other alts are still kind of lagging. So we'll go through that today here on the live stream. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. We got a good trading day. It's good to have a Friday, right? It's good to have a good Friday, finally, of trading. Let's hope it holds. Let's hope it holds. I'm not a bear, but I'm not a bull yet either. I'm not all on board. Bitcoin is still below the purple box. It's purple box down here at 1025, 102.5. It did dip below 100K this morning, and people were like, oh, Bitcoin below 100K. Who's selling? Who's effing selling Bitcoin? Come on. So we have a double bottom on Bitcoin forming. We'll take a look at that. ETH below 3,500 still at 34.18, trying to reclaim 3,500, still way below its purple box. So it's a good day for Doge. We did have Algorand coming back up into its purple box. We had Sheeb back up into its purple box. Yes, Sheeb. Litecoin had a good trading day today. VeChain back into the purple box. The VThor token back into the purple box. So that's all good. XRP, no. Oh, yeah, it did. XRP did touch into it. Ethereum Classic actually blew right through the purple box and is up higher. Big run on ETH Classic. And we have some others talk about, how about Fetch? Fetch AI, that had just been getting beaten down and beaten down and beaten down. It's up 68% today. 68%. So a lot going on. And of course, if all that happens, that means Bitcoin dominance is getting back into the purple box. Yes, stuffing Bitcoin dominance back into the purple box, back below 60%, where Bitcoin dominance belongs. If you're a fan of Dogecoin and alts, right? You want to see that Bitcoin dominance heading back down. So that's where we start today. I think one of the big movers was a Filecoin today. And we hadn't really looked at Filecoin. That wasn't one of our things that we really did on this channel, but it's worth looking at today. Didn't even have a purple box for it, but man, up 78%. It was actually up over 100% for a while up here, touching $4. And I think that was it for Filecoin, and probably going to settle back into the twos, most likely, because that was just a huge, huge run for Filecoin. Do any of you guys hold Filecoin? It's just like Filecoin. And it's interesting that, again, it's some of the older coins that are moving today. So kind of interesting. Some of the OG coins were like, okay, let's go. Let's go. So, so Mustache says, look, it's crazy how long we've had to wait for this moment, isn't it? The time has finally come, folks. Altcoin bull run. And I'm like, not so fast. Not so fast. This is not yet an altcoin bull run. It's a good day, yes. Not an altcoin bull run yet. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. But it's good. It's good. Ash Crypto says, look, bullish. Altcoins have added nearly $30 billion to its market cap today. Is this a dead cat bounce? Ooh. PaxCat won't like that. PaxCat doesn't like that term. Definitely doesn't like that term. It's like, what? Dead cat? No dead cats around here. Or is it truly a start of alt season? So it's going to be interesting to see through the weekend, do we continue to have altcoins outperforming Bitcoin through the weekend? So on Saturday, I am going to have the live stream up. I'm just not going to be here. So I will have the chart up, probably start at 4 o'clock and let it go. And you guys can come in here and you can chat amongst yourselves. We're going to try that out. I just have other plans, but I will set it up and you guys will be able to chat. So, I will be giving some wrenches here, and for those that have been around, and going to be giving out some wrenches. So some people who are normally here can moderate the chat. So that is going to be happening on Saturday. Now, Sunday, I'll be back live. But Saturday is going to be just a live stream with the charts, and you guys can just chat away. Chat away. So we do need some moderators, though, because the trolls could come in here, and since I will not be managing the stream, somebody has to. Right? Somebody has to. Yeah, chaos. Exactly, Charlotte. It will be chaos. So alt season, dead cat bounce. Oh, I don't like that word. Pex Cat doesn't like that word. Dead cat bounce. Ooh, dead cat bounce. No, no, no. And Chandler's like, what about Pepe? Do you remember, right? Do you remember we were talking about Pepe on Monday and I bought some Pepe? Well, Pepe's up. I am now in profit on Pepe already. And for those of you that bought some Pepe, and of course, Chandler, right? Chandler being our friend, right, is all into Pepe. So Chandler says, I have a similar feeling to November 2024. I wasn't expecting much back then because I was already burned out from waiting for Pepe to pump. But same vibe now, I'm exhausted. Yes, this dip that we just had is very similar to the dip we had last year. And I kind of equate it not so much to November 2024, but actually February. Because if you remember in February 2024, the alts, particularly Doge, Sheeb, and Pepe, went on big runs when Bitcoin didn't really. And it wasn't, I mean, we had the election in November. Trump won the election, pro-crypto president, we thought at the time, crazy. So I think this move that we're starting here is actually more like that February 2024 setup rather than what we had early November. Because again, that was a lead up to the election and Trump won, pro-crypto president, we thought, and all of that. And yeah, that, so I don't think it's going to be like November. I think it's more like what we had back in February, March 2024. And for Dogecoin, we can look at that on the daily chart and we can zoom back. And again, it's not going to be like, oh, I got to get rid of these fib things. These are in the way. We don't need those anymore. So it's not going to be like this November pump, but I think it's more like the February pump, this one right here. Because we were going up, we had come back, we had looped around, and then there was this pump. Still don't know why that happened. Have no idea why that happened. But I think that this move here is more like that. Not the November pump, but the February pump. Which, of course, Sheeb also had a big pump there. In fact, the Sheeb pump was much larger in February 2024 than what Sheeb ended up doing in November 2024. Kind of interesting. And for Pepe, we ended up having, again, a much bigger pump happened in February 2024 than what Pepe ended up doing in November 2024. So for alts, I think this might actually be really good. Really, really good. So, yeah. So that's where we are. It's a recovery, yes. Pepe's not back in the purple box yet. It's got a ways to go because it dropped a lot harder, but that was a buying opportunity, right? For those who were feeling bearish, right? I get it because the charts were rather bearish. But on a day like today, you start to think, okay, recovery time. Let's go. Let's go. And then what about Bitcoin? Well, Bitcoin has this double bottom happening here. And that double bottom is right above 100K. So it dipped right below twice. Again, taking out leverage longs. Will Bitcoin move up? Are we going to see a recovery in Bitcoin like we are seeing with alts? So Bitcoin would need to go to at least up to 104 to be a bullish engulfing candle on the daily. Dogecoins, of course, out of the red box and back into the purple box as we're now again over 18 cents. Yes, 18 cents was support turned into resistance, and we're fighting it right now. But that is the purple box line right there on my chart. So that is what is happening overall. How are you guys doing as I get back into the chat with you guys? How are you guys doing? We do have the pinger on, and we just had a $348,000 Bitcoin short got taken out, and I've got to reset this because the pinger didn't go off then. And it's like, no, I need the pinger. I need the pinger. Look at Filecoin in the last hour has $4 million in longs. These are the latecomers coming in on the Filecoin move, and they're getting taken out on Filecoin. So interesting. But yeah, let's go Doge, right? Let's go Doge. This weekend is going to be exciting. The place to be is going to be the KrissPax channel, even though KrissPax won't be here. Yes, Nick. Bitwise and Grayscale have more capital. They have more users and are more legitimate than that Rex Osprey thing, which I talked about a couple months ago. I was like, yeah, Rex Osprey, okay. We got the Doge, ETF, but they're like B level, and Bitwise and Grayscale are A level. That's what we want. So for those that didn't watch my video this morning, shame, right? Shame. You have to admit it. Shame. But Bitwise has filed an amended S3 form with the SEC, which is basically says, look, if there are no objections over the next 20 days, we're just going to start trading this ETF. And that will get around a continuing government shutdown if it continues for the next 20 days. I would rather not see the government shutdown continue for 3 more weeks. But if it does, we could still get these Dogecoin ETFs trading. And it looks like Grayscale might have done the same thing, but I can't find evidence of that yet. What happened to Zone? Yes, what happened to Zone? What the hell? That's what I tweeted this morning. What the hell? Zone down 30%. What's the deal? Because Pavo here had posted this morning that CleanCore had filed a Form S3 which was a withdrawal of registration. And it seems to me that they had previously posted with the SEC in a security statement that they were actually going to be issuing more shares of stock, which was bad, right? You don't like that, right? That's dilution. And this statement here says that they're withdrawing that. And I thought, well, that should be good, right? They're not going to offer more shares like they had planned before. And so that should have been good news. That should have been good news for the Zone stock, CleanCore. And instead, it tanked 30%. Red Rider says withdrawing the registration removes their ability to issue new securities under the S3 filing. That's a bullish signal. So, yeah, and Pablo says that's crazy. It should be going the other way. Some think, well, maybe it's a red flag because they're not in a financial position to buy more Dogecoin for their treasury. So I don't know. I don't know what happened. But man, I was like, I mean, the Megal stock went down below $1.30, which is my buy zone, but I'm stuck in this zone stock that now has tanked another 30%. I'm just like, God. Well, sometimes that happens when you do swing trading, right? Sometimes that happens. So is it time to buy zone? Still risky, William. I don't know, but I mean, 78 cents now for zone stock when I was buying at $1.70, right? 78 cents. I mean, it's a penny stock now, so there's risk, but yeah, it's $1.70 aesthetic. That's my average price on zone. So I'm down over 50%. Ouch. Does PaxCat get a wrench? I won't have the camera on, so you won't be able to tell whether PaxCat actually is watching the screen or not. But that would be funny if I did have the camera on and the cat like comes up. It looks at the camera, is looking at the chart, right? That would be hilarious. Yeah, I think Dogecoin did start the run today, DB. There are some others that are commenting on my post. There's the whole altcoins, everything's, it's not just Doge. I'm just like, well, something started it. So it could have been Dogecoin that started it, sure. Do you believe in this Bitcoin IPO where old whales are transferring to new whales? I didn't hear anything about that. And I don't know why would they do that? I don't get that. We need the PaxCat cam, right? Gets his own camera, follows him around. You see what PaxCat sees. If Doge goes on a big pump, does that necessarily mean zone will pump? Great question. We have seen MicroStrategy go on a big pump as Bitcoin has been going up. So you would expect zone stock to be going up today. And even if it dipped this morning pre-market 30%, it should be recovering because of Dogecoin reclaiming 18 cents. We should have seen that with the zone stock as well. And it didn't do that. I'm just like, ah. So not happy with the zone stock right now. Not happy. Yeah, and even the Bragg House stock was down like 6 or 7% today. It's like, what? I don't get it. Now, there is this whole other treasury stock thing going on from Metaplanet and others that have been buying Bitcoin for a treasury. Those have all been pulling back. So maybe that whole treasury thing isn't such a great idea. Hey, Mars. Yes, Kriss is on. I am early. A lot going on today. So did I see XPL? No. Didn't have time to check everything. So that's why we're here and we'll do it. What's going on with XPL? Up 25%. So it came up to 33 cents and now pulling back to about 31. XPL's got a long way to go for recovery, though, from all of this mess. And it is still way under its purple box that we made for XPL. So buying opportunity, if you believe in this thing, I don't know. I'm not a fan of this. I think this got overhyped. This big run, totally overhyped. Mostly on the backs of the Binance listing. And it's just sold off since then. So that's not a great looking chart. Not a great looking chart, despite coming back 25% today. It looks like it's kind of getting manipulated down here. That's what I see there. Stick a GoPro on the Pax cat. The Pax cat cam. The 24/7 live. Pax cat's going to mess up the keyboard. I know, right? He would do that. He'd step all over it and then he would kill the stream. Not even the mods would be able to help with that. 24/7 live. Pax cat. Yeah, and then everybody would get to see the whole house. Blue Horse, good morning. How are you? And just like that, we're back in the purple box. We're trying. We're holding on here. Holding on. Boston dollar Dogecoin party, way long overdue. I know, right? We got a ways to go. XRP looks good today, but it'll probably be dumped tonight. XRP. XRP actually didn't dip as much as others. So it is back in its purple box. Just for comparison. But for today, XRP is up 5%. Doge is up 11%. So Doge is outperforming that today. I know this Filecoin thing's crazy, huh? Filecoin. Seems to be holding the 75% upline. Filecoin. I kind of think it might be weak and move back down into the $2 range because of this super pump. We have a summon Pax cat button. Is X Payments supposed to launch in 2025? We think so. We think so. This is more than an XX Payments thing, and there's no news on it. There's rumors. No bit of news. Elon might be hinting at things, but we need real confirmation of that. Look at FET. Kitty, yeah. Fetch just got so beaten down to have a 77% run here is good for the day. But remember, when we zoom out, Fetch has just been totally beaten down. Since March, it was up at $3.50, and now it's at 41. So long ways to go on recovery, but it's a good start. If somebody had, I don't know, if somebody had a premonition and was buying right down at 20 cents, you would have already doubled your money. But this thing was looking pretty weak. And the whole AI, everything associated with AI was going down. So, but that came back. And then we had ICP, which is supposed to be an AI thing now because it's not doing the other thing that it was doing before. So ICP made a big move up. Yeah, just about every alt is beaten down like this, except for Zcash, right? And others, but particularly ZEC, right? Because that's just been just crazy. Up another 32% today. I mean, it's purple box. It just said, yeah, see ya. It's like doubled in price, more than doubled in price since moving out of its purple box that we had from October 10th. And it just keeps going higher. This thing over $700 is just incredible. Absolutely incredible. It's interesting that Dogecoin is now at 18 cents. H-bar is only 17.7 now. So we were doing a little check of Doge, Algo, H-bar, and World Liberty Finance, which were all about the same price after the flash crash. And Algorand went up 17% today. So Algorand is at 18.3. Doge is trying to hold on to 18. So it's just a little game I was playing just for comparison. H-bar at 17.7. And then this World Liberty Finance thing, whatever you want to call it, 12 cents. So, yeah, anything Trump related in crypto is not a good thing. Not a good thing. But still up 10% for the day. But overall, still lagging. Still lagging there. Hey, the dancing Doge comes back again. The dancing Doge. Yep, ETH Classic as well, King Arc. Yep. So a lot of the what they call the dino coins, right? The dino coins went on a run this morning. I've been watching this VThor token with VeChain. This thing has VThor has this chance of like going on crazy 100% runs. So I'm watching VThor, VTHO, VThor, and its potential to go on a big run. Elon is safe. Now his package got approved. Integration of X money with Doge. I have Intel. I have Intel. I like that. I have Intel. I know. A 10-year $1 trillion pay package got approved. Wow. We need a Pax Cat emoji. Yeah. I don't think I have the ability to create another emoji right now, but I will check that. We need more members. More members. Do you think there are groups deciding to pump coins for their own benefit? And where can one join such a group? Asking for a friend. Yeah, somewhere on Reddit, there's groups that do that kind of thing. There was a lot of that going on back in 2021. Wouldn't surprise me that they're back. This is the market for it. That wouldn't surprise me. Render and Near doing well today. Compo is lurking. Fireworks. Fireworks. We all want to know what's going on with the fireworks, Compo. Yeah, what's Bonk doing today? I did get a notification on Bonk, but it didn't I didn't get a second one. So I'm thinking it's kind of 15%. Again, Bonk is another one of those that has a ways to go. But it is back in its purple box too. But it got beaten down from before. Let's go. Let's go. Around town, I think they're voting on the shutdown. Don't get me depressed. Markey already said that the Democrats are all aligned and they're voting no. So it's like, yeah, whatever. But if it's another no vote today, I don't want it to tank the markets that are all in the green right now. Caspa, Danny, you think so? It's not really moving much today, 4%. But you never know with these things. Polkadot. I mean, why would people be pumping Polkadot? It doesn't do anything, right? It doesn't do anything. Polymarket thinks next week RR. But yeah, hey, now that we have some volatility in the market back and we have some pumpage going on, this would be a really good time to open up the government, get that good news, and let's have a fabulous weekend of trading, right? Because there's a lot of people sitting on the sidelines waiting to see what happens with this government shutdown. It'd be so nice to get that behind us. It'd be so nice. Waddell, you're at work but listening. There's a lot of people out there just listening. But that's okay. You get to hear what's going on. You don't have to see everything. The magnet is still up at 30 cents, Nelson. It's waiting, patiently waiting. Doge is winning. All other top coins are down. Well, not all of them, but let's see. Doge up 11. Yeah, it's winning in the top 10. Zcash is all the way up to number 12 now. Look at that. Look at Zcash. It's all the way up to number 12 now. 11 billion. I mean, Doge is at 27 billion, so Zcash would have to double again in price, and it still wouldn't be as big as Dogecoin. Nobody predicted that. That's crazy. So aside from Zcash, what else is over 10%? Sui, Litecoin, Avalanche. There's Polkadot. Uniswap, Near, of course, 40% for Near today. Ethereum Classic. Pepe. There's Filecoin. Big move today on Filecoin. Good day today. What do I think about Clash? So Clash, George's project, right? Yeah, we've been watching this thing. It's over 4 cents. Had a nice little pump today. Got out of its sideways traction. Hey, PexCat, we were talking about you. We were talking about you. And now you're here. Like magic, huh? Hey. Hey, buddy. Say hi to everybody. Hi, everybody. Oh, I know, right? I know you want some loving now, but I'm busy. I'm busy with these guys. I'm a little busy. So Clash was back at the same level here on November 1st. So had a nice little dip down here at about 3.3, 3.4. So, hey, you know, George is doing great with this project. No doubt. George is doing great. He's got a MEXC listing. Look at that, a MEXC listing. And that's right, we saw this before last time we looked at this. That's huge. Good for George. Good for George. Hold on just a second. Is it Elon? Is it Elon? No. Something I had to take care of. Bullish billionaire. Hello. I know, right? Sheeb. Back in the purple box. Executor, thank you for the super chat. How you doing? If the Supreme Court strikes down the tariffs and X integrates crypto, we're going to party like it's 1999 or 2020. Yeah, I get that. They're saying, if the Supreme Court says no to the tariffs, that everyone thinks the markets are going to be a big pump. And I don't know about that, because then everybody's going to be worried about, what's Trump going to do? So I'm not that bullish on the Supreme Court. I just want it to, I don't want to hear the word tariff again. Just do nothing. Just shut up about it. That's all I want. Shut up about it. Hey, Music, how are you? Yes, happy Friday. Here we go. Just had a little pullback, took out some longs, and now heading back up. We should get into the minute, right? Here we go. The minute. We're going to look at this on the minute candles. Yeah, Music, you got gifted a subscription yesterday, right? The Pax Cat. Cable Guy bought another share of Tesla. Tesla's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. Dipping a little today down to 435. Buying opportunity, right? Elon said he's pulling rabbits out of the hat. He did. Now, I think that was more associated with Tesla and all the things happening at Tesla. But he did say it's time, Joshua. He did say that. And that was Dogecoin related. The battle at the purple box. Here we go, right? Come on, Doge. SD, you're leaving New York. A lot of people are. Not good. I mean, if you're a real estate agent in Connecticut or Florida, right, you're doing well. If you're trying to sell a place in Connecticut or Florida, you're going to have probably some bidding wars, right? Kriss is terrified. Some is best. That's good. I like that. I'd like to think that we pumped because of the Bitwise news. But there are others who are saying, it's just an OG meme coin or OG altcoin pump. And Doge is just wrapped up in it. It's not because of Dogecoin. Dogecoin is just included in it. I know, right? $1 trillion. Now, he has to perform, right, to actually earn that $1 trillion. The company has to perform. It's not like they're just giving him the money. The best channel in community music. Thank you. For those that weren't here earlier, I'm going to be live tomorrow. Excuse me. The KrissPax channel is going to be live tomorrow with just the Dogecoin chart up. Kriss is not going to be hosting the live stream tomorrow because I have other plans on Saturday, but I can at least get the stream set up, and you guys can come and chat and do what you want within reason. I still have bad words blocked out, so. Time to draw a new green box above the purple box. Yes, that's the plan, Shaj. Once we get above the purple box, then it will be green box. I don't know what this movie is here. All right. Why am I streaming early today? I didn't want to miss the pump. I didn't want to wait till 4 o'clock to start. It's a Friday afternoon. I got my work done and everything was pumping. And I was like, okay, I'm just going to start live a little early. Because what if at 4 o'clock everything's going down and it would be like, ugh. So I started early. The day that Dogecoin hits $1 or other cryptos in the red or green. Dogecoin never hit $1 aesthetic. Never got there. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe. Thank you. Right. Elon only gets the trillion if the company meets certain performance metrics. Just people don't pay attention, or they only hear what they want to hear, right? I think Elon's going to do great things. I think Tesla's going to shock the world. Yes, all of that. Ryan, Connecticut? You want to buy in Connecticut? Really? It is nice. It's expensive, though. I think you're better off down in Texas. Connecticut's expensive. 4 o'clock afternoon. Tomorrow, Saturday's live stream will start. Somewhere around there. Right. I'm going to set the browser to the Doge chart. Exactly, Nick. The Doge chart will be on the screen. That's right, Chad. It's your birthday today. Well, this is a good day. Nice birthday present, huh? Green in the market today, especially for Doge. So yeah, happy birthday, Chad. All things Kriss, a nice little glimmer of hope. Always a good day when you get the Dogecoin up alerts. Isn't that nice? What? What? Pax Cat making an appearance again. Thought you would be early to watch us take an X rocket to the moon. Well, again, I just wanted to catch some of the pump. I just don't have confidence that this is alt season yet. So yeah. Eric says, my Doge miners don't care about the price. Yeah, that's a sore subject with me. The I told you so thing doesn't work here, Chaos Boy. That doesn't work here. Ryan will buy wherever there is amusement park and fireworks. That's just not Connecticut. Connecticut is like anti-firework. I think they're one of those states. It's the morning over there in Hawaii. Yeah, we started early. Hope you're enjoying your morning tea or coffee. I think we went up today because apparently there's going to be a deal signed for government shutdown or extension. I don't know. Markey last night was saying, nope, Democrats are all aligned. We're voting no. Like, why would he come out and say that? And then they pass it? Ugh. What if about an hour into the live stream tomorrow, all of a sudden the camera turns on and it's a close-up of Pax Cat's nose? Oh, that would be quite the trick, though, wouldn't it? We would know what Pax Cat does when I'm not around. Oh. What's the news with ETC? It's just one of these other OG altcoins, been around for a while, the so-called dino coins. Those are the ones that seem to be running today. So ETC, right? it had come down quite a bit. So it has a ways to go. Let me zoom out a little more here. But it did blast right through the purple box. It is now above its purple box. So that's good. Doge is holding on. I didn't rebuy Megal. I'm stuck in that stupid zone stock that tanked today. Not happy. Not happy. It was all set up. Oh, I'll just do a little swing trade on zone and then I'll have more to buy Megal. Ugh. Doesn't always work out like you planned. Tomorrow, if anyone says told you so, they'll get a timeout. All right, Charlotte. Boy, that wrench. I may regret this. I may regret. If nothing gets resolved today, they're going to work through. What's there to work through? There's nothing to work through. You just vote yes. You vote yes. That's it. You just vote yes. You don't vote no. You want the government to open, you vote yes. There's nothing to work through. This doesn't need to be tied to healthcare benefits. Open the government and then start talking about healthcare. Connecticut also doesn't sell wine in grocery stores. Same with Massachusetts. You have to go to a separate liquor store to get your wine. No wine in grocery stores here in Boston as well. Tea, no way. I'd rather have coffee. Same here. I'm a coffee drinker. I like iced tea in the wintertime, but not for breakfast. That's during the day. I'll have iced tea. Hot tea. I occasionally drink hot tea like at a Chinese restaurant, right? They give you the hot tea. That's pretty good. Oscar thinks 22-cent Doge by tomorrow. Let's go, right? That'll blast us right through the purple box and we'll make a green box. I like that. Pax Cat will end the shutdown tomorrow during the live stream. All right. The power of the cat. The weekly. How's the weekly looking on Doge? Yeah, still a red. But you're right. Need to get up to about 1865 to turn the week green. Need to get 1865. Turn this thing around. Bitcoin has moved back above the 50-week moving average. A lot of people were concerned about that, but Bitcoin is now back above the 50-week moving average. 2 more days to hold on to that. Lots of things going on. AI predicts what will drive the Dogecoin price to $5. Oh, God. The stupid AI stuff. I should just hide the keyboard. Oh, I know, exactly. A little boost on a Friday. We definitely needed this. It was kind of a depressing week, wasn't it? It was really depressing. It's like, ugh. I'll take it. In Sweden, you have to buy alcohol at a government-run store. Look at my money. Can't buy anything right now or I would be buying Zone. Do I hold on to Zone or do I switch it over to Megal? No, I ride the Zone because it'll ride up with Dogecoin, I think. Yesterday, we were saying 8 cents. I wasn't saying 8 cents. Now we're going to $1, and I didn't say $1. Just to keep it real. What, cat? What? If you want to go up there, you can jump. You don't need me. You can do that yourself. No, I'm not going to hold you. Just place my image in the corner. Yeah. Just put my image on there. Just sort of waving. Hello. F all the politicians and their politics. Agreed, Goose. I told you so. It's allowed in a super chat, Lolovec. How you doing, my friend? That is allowed. Yes, Ryan. He just wants love. That's what he wants. He wants to be on my shoulder. He wants me to hug it. I'm just like, I can't. When I want to give him love, he doesn't want it. I know, right? It's been a depressing month. Yeah, Ryan. October was not so up, was it? Week, month, how about year? Yeah, there's that too. Hey, Kronos, how are you? Yep, we got a nice pump. Hopefully we can hold it, Johnny. I agree. I was afraid. I was too afraid to buy much last week. You had maybe a few $100, but yeah. Zone is the ticker, down 32%. And I'm stuck in it. I'm stuck. We can hedge our bets. Doge will be somewhere between 8 cents and $1. Robbie always does that on Digital Asset News. I will give you my Bitcoin prediction. It's somewhere between $10,000 and $10 million. It'll end up somewhere in there at the end of the year. Hey, Sally's Dream, how are you? Oh, I like the dogs. Look at that. Oh, on Tuesday. Yeah, I couldn't stream on Tuesday. I was doing a work thing. On Tuesday. Started early today, though. Does he jump on the fireplace from the floor? No, there's a bookshelf on both sides. And he jumps onto the bookshelf and then onto the mantle. Don't you? Oh, I know, right? A green day, Jason. Yes. How are you? Green day. I know the AI predicting things are just, there's no reality in it whatsoever. I mean, they're looking at the same Moon Boy perma-bull charts that I laugh at. And the AI doesn't get it. The AI doesn't get it. They just think it's like for real. The robots and the AI are just not going to learn those subtleties. They're just not. Hey, Zhao, how are you? Have a wonderful weekend as well. The revenge leverage longs are piling in. I know, Metal, right? That scares me. In this market, that scares me. When the markets are green, somebody knows something, typically. But yeah. $2026 will be a great crypto year after all. It could be the old extended cycle, right? It's just looking more and more like that may be something. Elon, we need you. He'd help. The difference between a candle and a wick. Sure. So you notice on these green candles here switch. That where the top of one candle is, that's the bottom of the next candle in the green market, right? And you see each of these candles going up, right? The bottom and the top. So this is set on a 30-minute time frame. So Dogecoin started at this level 30 minutes ago, or 30 for this candle, right? And then in 30 minutes time, Dogecoin finished the 30 minutes at this price up here. So it's a green candle. But sometimes during those 30 minutes, it may actually trade higher than it ends or trade lower than where it started. Those are the wicks. It's just in the time frame is what that is. So that's the difference between a candle and a wick. And sometimes you get no candle and only wicks, which is what we have going on right now. There's no candle, only wicks. That means it begins the 30 minutes at a price and it ends the 30 minutes at the same price. Sometimes you get squat looking candles like this one right here, but it has wicks up and down. The Pax cat wants a wrench. No way. He will ruin everything. The beers coin is up. Yeah, there's a lot of odd stuff that comes way up. Kitty thinks we're going to sweep down to take out the longs over the weekend. That could happen. I'm not going to discount it, but I'd rather just keep it going up. Agreed. Mr. T also fears the longs. I get it. That leverage trading is just incredible how much there is in leverage trading. And they just keep trading. They keep getting liquidated, and then they keep opening more new trades. I would like to see a big Bitcoin pump to take out James Wynn and his big short. I want that to happen. I think it's got to go up to like 107. So yeah, let's do that because that guy is. Hey, Demi, happy Green Friday. Welcome. Elon just needs to buy a crap ton of Doge, right? Right, Jordy? Elon could just, with all his trillions of dollars, right? Just buy Doge. That'll pump the price. Is there a reason for the pump? Not that I can see. Is it just to make us happy? Yeah, maybe. I think the levels are just getting back up to where they should be, and this dip we had this week was just too low. RSI was down, oversold conditions. Typical. Elon could buy all of those. Sure. Hi, Nate. Not excited yet. Wake me up when the market is over 4.5 trillion. I get it. I get it. Where are we now? 3. We got almost 3.5. So we got to add another $1 trillion. 4.26 is the all-time high that we had the beginning of October. So yeah, there's a ways to go there. There's a ways to go. Fetch is still up. Big green candle. 72%. That just shows you how much it got beaten down. That it goes on a 72% pump, and it's not even back where it was at the end of September. That just shows you how bad the market got crushed, especially with Fetch. We're watching the battle of the Doge, though. 18 cents. Come on. Hold on. Hey, Switch, can we explain why when we read articles about whales accumulating heavily, nothing changes? Because they're not whales, Switch. These people have no idea. They see big transfers of coins, and they just always go to, yeah, those are whales buying. No, they could just be transfers. And typically they're exchanges, transferring coins from one wallet to another. They're not new buyers coming in and buying crap tons of Doge. They can't tell because wallets are anonymous. And these guys, they talk about that all the time. Unusual Whales always prints that. Ali is always printing stuff. It's like they have no idea. Most of the times, those are not buys. They're just transfers. So nothing happening on an exchange that would pump the price. All right? You think it's 105 to take out win? I thought I saw 107. If it's 105, even better. Just do it. Let's get it done. Tom did some more posts about it. Yeah. Because Wynn threatened he was going to sue Tom Crown. It's just like, God. $3 billion of liquidations if we reach 126K. Let's do it. I'd love to see that. Yeah, I mean, it would be nice to think, right? The coming ETF sparked the spike, but I think this whole altcoin run that we're having right now is something else going on. And why it's the older coins. Harmony One is pumping today. VeChain is pumping today. I mean, it's just like all of these that had gotten really, really beaten down are the ones pumping today. Filecoin. I'm new. How are you? Good to see you. The market makers, they're on vacation today. They're just letting the market do its thing. Ask Elon if we can borrow $1 trillion. Sure. Yep. November 26th. That'll be the 20 days from yesterday when Bitwise filed their amended S3. So they did a 20-day thing. If the SEC isn't back to work because the government shutdown's still going on, November 26th, we'll see the Bitwise Dogecoin ETF start trading. Should I have music playing in the background? Sure. I just hope it doesn't get a copyright strike. I got a copyright claim on one, and the music was supposed to be copyright free, and then it ended up getting a claim. Wasn't a strike, luckily, but you always have to take your chances with that. Altcoin ETFs too. Yeah, they're all lining up. What if there's a whale in the chat? Why is Doge pumping? Because we're in a government shutdown? Well, on today, I think everyone just got tired of the depression of what's going to happen with the government. And the RSI was down in oversold condition. And so more buyers than sellers today. And maybe in anticipation that maybe today's vote might actually open the government. So they're trying to front run that. Could be. It's war. A bear trap or a bull trap. Better than a dead cat bounce. Because Pax Cat does not like the dead cat bounces. Trying to hold on to that purple box, Dupree's. Trying to hold on. There's a battle going on. Absolutely. If Elon bought the rest of the available Dogecoin, what would be the price? Yeah, people would be selling their bags, that's for sure. It would be going. Don't know. Never seen that kind of condition before. That would be new. How are the liquidation heat maps looking? Well, let's take a look. Well, Bitcoin is slowly moving up. And with that move, taking out some shorts, and there's new longs coming in down here right under 100K. Big ones. $60 million. That's $120 million right there, right below 100,000 Bitcoin. Oh, the leverage traders just don't give up. They don't give up. What was that ping for? Oh, that was ZEC, 160,000 on the downside. That was a long leverage trade on ZEC that just got taken out. That's what that was. And what about Doge? Nice move today. Let's zoom this out to the weekly. Yeah, took out a lot of leverage. Look at all the leverage up here at 19 cents. There's millions of dollars up here. Come on, let's go. There's not much down here. Forget about the stuff down here. Let's go up higher. But that was a lot of leverage here. Pinger. Hype. Hype. A bunch of hype shorts got taken out. Look at all of that. Hype. Big time shorts. Big time shorts. Hype. Going up. So Hyperliquid's going up, taking out shorts. Up 12% today. Now hitting a price it hasn't seen since Sunday. Almost a week long. I prefer no background music. Tom Brown's music choices are special. Yeah, that's some crazy stuff he listens to. I agree. No, my music that I play is a little more chill than that. You'll get All Eyes on Doge at the beginning. Aussie, good day. It's a Saturday for you. How you doing? The crab is going up a bit. I want to see us crab up here in the 18s, up to 19 cents now. If Dogecoin trades an ETF, is that a good thing? Yes. That means people are buying the ETF, which means the fund who owns the ETF needs to buy actual Dogecoin to back it up. So actual Dogecoin will be purchased. So if there's $100 million of that Dogecoin ETF that's bought, that means $100 million of Dogecoin will also be bought because they need to have a one-to-one. I'm a minnow. Gappy, you put on a few pounds, but not a whale. Hold. Hey, Matt, how you doing? Every major Dogecoin cycle ended with a manic parabolic FOMO top. We haven't had that yet. I mean, last December, yeah. I mean, that was pretty crazy at the time, but all of us thought, it's only 2024. We still have all of 2025 to come. I haven't heard anything else about the guy that fainted. On the news last night, they just said he's okay. All right. He's apparently a nobody, was just invited. Does he supported or was a consultant to or something to someone else who was important? I think the moment got to him. His anxiety got to him. I don't know what. I mean, being in the Oval Office of the White House with the president, I mean, that's pretty cool. He must have been nervous as hell. I got a notification that SNAP benefits are restored for November. SNAP. SNAP. From SNAP to paychecks. No, I don't see anything. Here, breaking. USDA says it will provide full November SNAP benefits 40 minutes ago. There you go. 40 minutes ago. So I guess that's good. Well, that, along with the agricultural secretary, has officially banned illegal aliens from receiving SNAP and food stamp benefits. That, I want to see if that holds up. Hey, Grinder, how are you? 8Ball needs a good question. It has to be a yes or no question. Are we back in the purple box? We're trying. We were in it. Kind of been bouncing around. Need to stay above 18 cents. We're so back. I could play All Eyes on Doge on repeat. You guys would be so sick of that song then. I mean, it's special. The beginning of every stream. It's special. Bring it down hard. You like that one, all right. The charts are hosting the stream tomorrow. Yes, DB. The charts will be hosting the stream. If Dogecoin goes up to 35 cents, I'm taking out some profit, putting it back in when it goes back down. It's good to have a plan, Gene. There's a crypto YouTuber who's on a treadmill and plays techno while presenting. Tom Crown actually did a treadmill thing for a while. Yeah, I didn't like that. Just that was weird. He was overwhelmed by Trump's aura. The lights were too bright. Couldn't handle the pressure. I'd be like, cool. Oval Office. Love it. Hey, Yili. Why did Ethereum Classic? Because it's a Dino coin. I don't know. A lot of the Dino coins were moving today. The current crypto market shows the bear run is pushed back, not that the bull is cut short. This means the uptrend could last longer than expected. Indeed. There's a battle going on, though. Will we see Team Pups again? When Sheeb really starts running, Team Pups will come back. Yep. And he'll say, see, I told you. I told you so. Smash the like button if you want Doge to go up. I like that. Smash the like button, people. Because guess what? We're having a Dogecoin giveaway today. What? Yes. We're having a Dogecoin giveaway today, my friends. So we need 100 likes. We need 100 likes, folks. We'll see if we can do it. 100 likes, and we're going to give away some Dogecoin. Somebody has been generous enough to put some Dogecoin up, and I'll tell you who that is once we get 100 likes. And we will give away Dogecoin. Will the shutdown ending have a noticeable effect on Doge? I think the markets will pump on that. I think so. I think so. Yeah, we'll never see pups again. Exactly. I know Nick was first, right? So never then. Dogecoin. Givey. Yes, Ryan. Givey. Euphoria is the key to the top. I don't think the charts can live up to the standard that you've set, Kriss. Hey, if the charts are pumping, though. Is it a good time to sell ETH Classic and move into Doge? That's up to you to decide. 20% runs are nice to reallocate. And again, it doesn't have to be all or nothing, Ely. Maybe you sell half, right? And leave the other half in ETH Classic to see what happens. Doesn't have to be all or nothing. Dogecoin. Huh. Astro. Rigged. But what if you actually win today, Charlotte? What if you win? Oh, look at that. 100 likes. See how easy that is? Let's do a giveaway. We need to get back in the purple box. So giving away some Doge will allow Dogecoin to get back in the purple box. Yeah, I'll go for that. I will go for that. So today's Dogecoin giveaway is brought to you by, are you ready? War Blaster. War Blaster is sponsoring today's Dogecoin giveaway. And he's not even here in the chat. He's working his new job. And he's like, sorry, I cannot make the live stream, Kriss, but I will give some Doge away. So our friend Christoph, the War Blaster, is the one who's donating the Dogecoin for today's giveaway. If you want to win some Dogecoin, and this is your first time here, all you have to do to enter the giveaway is type the word Dogecoin in the chat. You type the word Dogecoin in the chat to be entered. Just being here is great. I love it. Awesome. Thank you very much. But that doesn't get you into the giveaway. You have to type the word Dogecoin in the chat. It has to be a capital D, Turbo. Capital D. Lowercase d won't work. It has to be exactly the way I have typed it on the screen here. And that will get you entered to win some Dogecoin. We are going to give away 3 lots of Dogecoin, 33 Dogecoin each. If you are selected by the giveaway tool, which is totally random, not rigged, totally random. If you are selected, you need to be willing to send me an email that has your Dogecoin wallet address, because I need to know where to send the Dogecoin. And so I need your Dogecoin wallet. So you have to be able to do that. Also, when your name is drawn, you need to be here at your keyboard and you need to type in the chat, "Yay, I won," or something like that, because you got to be here to win. Now, if you win, you could decide and be generous and respin, right? You could just say, "Awesome, I won. But maybe today I'm going to let someone else have a chance to win." And so you could tell us that in the chat as well and give somebody else a chance. So people have done that before. They really just want to participate just to have fun. See their name with all the confetti and all that, right? That's awesome. But then they say redraw, and we will redraw until we have 3 winners that have identified that they are winners. And then that's how we're going to do it. Also, well, I'll put my email address up on the screen after the 3 drawings, okay? I am not giving Annie a wrench. No. Yeah, exactly. Annie does not deserve a wrench. Thank you for the reminders on the sound effects. I always forget that. I've got good sound effects too. Got really good sound effects. See? They're laughing at me. They're laughing at me. All right, let me see where my There we go. We got that ready. We got this ready. How about we give away some Dogecoin, huh? Are we ready? Is everybody ready? I'll turn the pinger off. Leverage trading needs to stop. So we're going to be watching Dogecoin chart in the background and see whether we get a green candle coming back up and get back in the purple box while we're giving away some Dogecoin. All right, first draw. You ready? Let's go. Let's go. Aussie. Yay. Aussie, my friend. Happy Saturday to you. This is our giveaway number 75. Giveaway 75. I'm rigging the raffle markets. Aussie says, pass it on. See the generosity here. You guys are awesome. Thank you, Aussie. Aussie says, pass it on, everybody. Let's go. Sound effects. I know Sally's dream, right? That's why you got to keep coming back. You never know. Let's go. Kitty. Kitty Kush. Whoo. Congrats, Kitty. Congrats, congrats. Yay! All right. All right. I will put my email address up on the screen at the end of the giveaways. Congrats to you. And then you'll send me an email sometime tonight, okay? And you need to send me in your email, you need to send me your Dogecoin wallet address so I know where to send the Doge. So it'll just be in an email to me, and I'll put my email address up on the screen in just a few minutes. Danny. No. All right, second draw. Let's go. John Davidson. Hey, John. Congratulations. $88 miles per hour. Oh, Back to the Future. I got it. You guys are on that. John, are you here in the chat? Hey, woohoo. There you are. All right. There's number 2. One more to go. Who's going to win the third drawing thanks to our friend Warbzer, the War Blaster, Christoph, otherwise known as. Here we go. Third draw. Let's go. The Psych Sparrow. The Psych Sparrow. Psych Sparrow. 88, of course, because of 88 miles an hour. You know that was not random. Because somebody just said 88. Whoa, hey, there you go. All right. We have 3 accepted winners. So the winners are to send me an email sometime tonight to KrissCrypto@gmail.com. That's KrissKrypto, KrissCrypto@gmail.com. Send me an address, send me an email and include your YouTube handle so I can link it up, right? And you know who you are, because sometimes your email address doesn't match your YouTube handle name. So I need your YouTube handle name as well as your Dogecoin wallet address, and your Dogecoin wallet needs to begin with the letter D, so it's on the Dogecoin blockchain, not one of those stupid OX wallets or anything like that. No. Dogecoin wallets, legitimate ones, begin with the letter D, so please include that in the text of your email. So, thank you everybody for playing, and thank you again to War Blaster, who will be rewatching this live stream. So if anybody has any little nuggets of wisdom you want to send to the War Blaster, now would be the time. Because he said he's going to rewatch. #rewatch later on. What's the point of the wrench if we can't rig the giveaways? I know. It was so random that I won. I won a giveaway. But I did pass it on. You remember that, right? Hello, War. See? DB's got it. Shout out to the War Blaster, everybody. He will be #rewatching. He misses you guys. He's busy working. You're disappointed in Christoph, Ryan? Well, he will know what that means. He will know what that means. But yeah, we got a hello War Blaster, we got a thanks for the donation, and we have Ryan's disappointment. Christoph sent me the best joke yesterday, and we'll never forget it. Well, are you sharing? Did I buy the dip? No, I was suffering the big drop in the zone stock. That's what I was doing. Suffering. I bought some Pepe on Monday on the dip. That I did. She already forgot. She already forgot. The crypto is in a mini bear nap inside the big bull cycle. I know, let's go, right? Let's get the government green light. Bulls resume. Agreed, Matt. David's got a bunch of Pepe. Yeah, I think Pepe is going to do well. It's showing signs here. This is pretty nice today for Pepe. It just got so beaten down. I was like, yeah, I got to buy more of this. I made a lot of money on Pepe last year on a swing trade. I'm like, yeah, I'll do that again. I could have just bought Doge. I know, but you know, this is like alt season. Is it alt season? Yeah, not yet. Let's wait till we have confirmation. Hey, Kitty, I got you. I got you. But we do have, you know, the Bitcoin dominance did do a big dip today, a big dip back into the purple box for Bitcoin dominance, which had actually risen up out of the purple box. So back in the box for Bitcoin dominance. That's kind of a nice chart there for Bitcoin dominance, right? Just it had its moments. Got Ben Cowan all excited, and then nope, not yet. Where's all the Lord Cowan people today, huh? Where's Anthony? Right? Where's Khan? Where are those guys today? Kind of interesting, right? On a day when there's green in the altcoin market that they decide not to show up. Interesting. It's just one of those things, you know. It's just one of those things. It's kind of interesting. That's all. Mysteriously absent. Exactly, Ryan. It's like, oh, how did that happen? And they know that I'm not going to say I told you so, right? They know that. Adam, you picked up some SWI and Pepe. Timed it well. Yes. I think that was the dip. The dip. You still think 40% Bitcoin dominance? I'm not that confident in 40. I'm shooting for 50. It's kind of where I think it's going to go. Gurinder thinks I bought XRP. No. I can't wait to sell my remaining XRP, which of course I'm still way up on, but I want to be more up. XRP's got to be back to $3 and I'll just sell it. Sell. This Harmony won today, just 24%. ETH Classic, 21%. The graph, 30% on the graph. I used to own this long time ago. Took my profits and look at Fetch. Still up, still hanging out up here. 72% gain on the day, which means Filecoin is probably holding $3, right? God, the pinger's going off. Yeah, 336 for Filecoin. It's not dropping down. Oh, look at Bitcoin making a move. Aha, that's what the pinger is. Bitcoin making a move. Let's go. Taking out the shorts. Yeah, Charles, maybe they don't have their notifications on. They're going to show up in like 20 minutes. They're going to show up and we're going to be like, hey, where were you guys? Sally, the Doge, the OG Doge father. Well, yeah. Take out win. Let's go. Agreed. I want to take him out. So that was Tom Crown, right? James Wynn has called 43 of the last 0 Black Fridays because James said, just got off the phone with a very, very, very big market maker. He said they're going to call this Black Friday. My shorts are loaded. My stables are stacked. I'm ready to cash in, lock, and deploy. And it did exactly the opposite. What a loser. James lose. James lose. So where does he call out the James Wynn liquidation level? Where does he call that out? I don't see it. I don't see it. Oh, well. Wish I had some dry powder for the dip. Yeah, yesterday was a good day for that. Hey, Ross, how are you? You can always scroll back. In the first like 10, 15 minutes, I covered everything. Go Pats. I think ETH Classic will continue running. Yep. Memes may outperform. Can CZ crash the Bitcoin dominance chart? Grumpy Garlic. Is altcoin season starting? Really? Could this be? Happy Friday, Fran. How are you? Yeah. Ali actually said TV sequential indicator was pointing a buy on Doge. So he was right for once. Why does anybody pay attention? We don't even know who he is. So it's like, goes by a fake name, stupid Neo, Matrix, PFP. It's like, whatever. But then Ryan goes with the purple sunset. So there is that. Yeah, I know. I didn't hit the mute thing right. What even is a James Wynn? Exactly. Exactly. Omar's waiting for 30 cents. Yeah. I want Bitcoin at 107. More shorts. More shorts. Dogecoin. Is Bitwise A level? Yes, Bitwise and Grayscale are both A level. We want those ETFs, Matt. We want those ETFs. Yeah, I know, right? Exactly. And pretend is a good word. I mean, is that real money? I still think that he was doing some partnership with Hyperliquid to hype the Hyperliquid platform. And that was not real trading. That wasn't real money. I still believe that. I have no proof of that, but I still believe it. Ryan took a little profit just in case. Hey, Handy Dan, how are you? Happy Friday to you as well. Cheers. I would take hot any day over the cold we have here in Boston. It is cold, and next week is going to be even colder into the 30s, and I'm like, ugh, not ready for this. Not ready for this. Back in the box. Now stay there. Back in the box. A bullish bull flag. I know. It's a little small on a flag, but you know, it's a pennant, actually, what it is. That's a pretty nice little pennant there, don't you think? Super short time frame. Usually doesn't mean anything, but hey, if it wants to play out and rocket up higher, I'll take it, right? I'll take it. The sunset picture was in Seattle. The Atlanta Hawks? You root for Atlanta Hawks? Ah, gotcha. I do pretend I'm a super cool trader. You wouldn't believe the imaginary cash I'm pulling in. I know, right? Yeah, I'm ready to like throw away all my sweaters. I don't need them anymore. I'm good. I'll keep one. I'll just get rid of all the rest. Just don't need them. Yep. I'm here in Southern Cal. We'll see how much snow we get this year. I'm just dreading the blizzard warnings and all that crap again. No. Let's go. It's supposed to snow in Michigan. It's going to be cold here. I don't think we're going to see snow yet. Hey, Manel. Shorts and t-shirts year round. Yeah, William, where's your sweater? Oh, for the Spurs, you have a pick swap with Atlanta? You guys are loading up. Loading up. Order filled, market pumped. Philly Mike, it's a good day. My wife thinks I know what I'm doing with crypto. I'm happy to string her along until Doge proves her accidentally right. Oh. What do you think about the useless coin? It's just one of those stupid pump.fun tokens that just happen to get a lot of support. Long term, yeah, I don't know. Could it pump again? Yeah, probably. But watch it on the backside coming back down. Early snow, early this year, yeah. Charlotte's always cold no matter what. Oh. Wet and rainy in Seattle. Never been to Seattle. I got to go to Seattle someday. Someday. I know, Christian, that zone stock thing just dumb. 30% dump on a day when all the altcoins are pumping. But again, that's my swing trading stock portfolio. That was not a good swing trade. Went the wrong way. You're going to be on the East Coast for Christmas this year? Useless coin pumps like crazy when Doge pumps. Yeah, usually when the memes start pumping, they all kind of pump together. Floki. I have not looked at Floki. Did I even make a purple box for Floki? I didn't. I didn't make a purple box for Floki. But if I did, it would have looked like this. No, not red box, purple box. It would be back in. Oh, the fill is also wrong color. There we go. It would look like that. So yeah, back in, up 13% today. About the same as Pepe. Looking good. When I come to Seattle, bring the Pax cat. No, he's good here. Oh. Is today a good sign that we're at least headed back toward a Q4 rally? Yes, it is. It is. This is the kind of thing that can get a little optimism back in the market. And so when a government shutdown ends, we can get all that money sitting on the sidelines to come back in. Come on, guys. Hey, Mark, how are you? I've kept your dreams alive, Mona Lisa. I still think we're going places. No purple box. Everybody's going to remember my purple box. Will Hemi pump again? I don't follow Hemi. So if you're asking if it pumps again, I don't know where all the money is going to go. There's so many tokens out there. There's so many tokens. The Pax Cat tour. I am not taking Pax Cat on a tour. No. No. No, Pax Cat tour. No. You think no one's coming back? I don't know. Keep hearing all these stories about all this stable coin sitting on the sidelines, all this money sitting on the sidelines, waiting. The All Eyes on Doge tour. Oh, the cat. Nobody wants to see me. Everybody wants to see the cat. I'd be like, hey, hello. Yeah, I'm kind of getting a little tired of the city as well. I'm just like, God, especially in Boston we just elected Mayor Wu, who's so far left, and just all of this liberal stuff. I'm just like, oh, I'm really tired of it. Getting a little tired of it. The Pax Cat tour could become viral. using Doge as currency. I don't even know what Hemi is, Pepsi. What's Hemi? Hemi. It's up 10% today. 3.7 cents. Whoa. It got listed on Binance on the 23rd of September and has done nothing but go down. That's not good. Usually when you list on Binance, you expect to go up. This did not do that. This, my friend, is one of the worst charts I've ever seen. That's not good. You don't want that. Will this bounce back? Will it go on a run? Maybe, but you've got a choice of a million other tokens to put your money in. This isn't good. So that's my thought. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this token does, if anything, but that's not good. Come on, Bitcoin a little bit higher, and it's a bullish engulfing candle on the daily. Come on. Come on. You can do it. 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 You're welcome, Pepsi. That's just not a good chart. Look at this Bitcoin, though. Maybe. It's going to take out James Wynn. Let's go. The Great Pax Cat has become a celebrity merch idea. The Great Pax Cat. No Great KrissPax. No, it's the Great Pax Cat. Here's hoping Boston doesn't go the way of Detroit. Well, thank you for that, Nick. But right now, it's still edging further to the left. We'll see what next year's governor's race does. Madonna. Come on, Doge. You got to just move to the music. Everybody, move to the music. Come on, Doge. Far left mayors are going to crash their cities. Real estate will be cheap there. Maybe I should just cash out, move on. Some are calling for 7 to 8 green weekly candles when the government returns till the end of the year. That would be like 2017. That would be awesome. Let's do it. Let's do it. Hopefully everyone's profits feed the godfather of meme coins. I know, right? 73-cent Doge would be brilliant. Interesting buy volume today. Yep. Sci-fi had a little dry powder on the side. Nice. Chris's new song featuring the Pax Cat. Charlotte can write music. Oh, interesting. A music writer, huh? Hard to beat. All eyes on Doge, though. That's hard to beat. 15 failed meetings so far. The Dems really want an Affordable Care Act. Well, they did have one. They just didn't make it right. Why did Dash pump? No idea. Why did Digibyte pump? No idea. I don't know what these things are. Pax can't approve. All the people in the negatives going to pull out the market when they break even. Market will go higher. I dropped to 16.5. Back in the red box? No! 17.2. 17.2 is support, Simon. Top of the red box. 17.2. And Nick has a sister who's a singer. Oh my God, we got a band starting up. All Eyes on Doge is what made you want to learn to write music. It's a catchy song, isn't it? Calibeats did a great job on that. Dear baby Jesus, let this be the moonshot. Let's go, Doge. Hey, sunshine. Yay. When was All Eyes on Doge posted? I forget when. I'll have to look back on when Callie made that. Why are we so back? I know, Byron. There's a couple of things that are possible. One is traders think that the government shutdown is going to end soon, and they're trying to front run it by buying in low before the market pumps. So there's some of that. Yeah, that's about all I got. That's the big thing out there. And why some alts pumped and some didn't. It looked like they were more of the Dino coins pumping today, the older ones. Wait, Rhine sings? What? Rhine sings at Rhine sings? What? That I need to know more about. When you go on tour, could I get an autograph? A Pax Cat poster? When you go on tour. Oh my God, what has this turned into? I think I need a tour manager. Who wants to be a tour manager? I know, Kristen. We're trying to figure that out still. But Dogecoin's looking good. Still looking good. An audio engineer and a producer. Oh my gosh. You know you're a celebrity in my book, so for a merch idea, holding your Dogecoin pillow and your autograph poster. I know. All Eyes on Doge, a musical inspiration. That is 40 seconds of pure joy, is what that is. That song. 40 seconds of pure joy. When the government reopens, we fly, or is this the buy the rumor, sell the news? Nope, I think this is front running, Aussie. We are front running. What? Ryan sings. What? Karaoke. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we got to have a listen, Ryan. Feels good to make back a big chunk. I just need the zone stock to come back. make a big chunk back on that stupid thing. Guess it's back up to 84 cents, but God, that's still down so low. Charlotte's going to have to post some singing on X. The Electric Pax Orchestra. Oh my goodness. That's good. Let's get in on that story and front run this momentum to the moon. Let's go, Doge, breaking out of the pennant. Let's go. Let's go. Not enough burger joints and feet. There's lots of burger joints. The feet thing, though, yeah, I can do without that. Gurinder, you want to be Pax Cat security, but I don't need any security. But the cat gets his own security now too. Hey, Sunshine, your wife still dances to All Eyes on Doge. I'm going to make it to Australia, Aussie. I'm definitely going to make it. How I get there, I don't know yet. And your daughter dances there. All Eyes on Doge. Big run up to the moon. EPO. It's a band now. EPO. I know, right, Charlotte? How does this stuff get created? There's definitely something wrong with us. Fellow degens, indeed. Hey, but look at us. Hey, if the price goes back up, we start making money again. We're fellow degens making money. That's what we're here for. So tomorrow, the live stream will be on without me, and I will have the chart up, and you guys can chat amongst yourselves. 4 o'clock East Coast time. It will begin. I don't know how long it'll go. I'm really busy tomorrow. But yeah, look, we need ETH to go up. We need Bitcoin going up. No red candle. Let's go back up. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. We don't have time for red candles. Green, Algorand. Let's go. Higher, higher, higher. I need VThor token to pump. VChain, come on. Let's go. I want everything to pump. I want everybody to get rich. Not just a performance-enhancing drug anymore. We're bringing EPO back. You know, Sunshine? The bears didn't show up today. They didn't show up today. I wonder why. Huh. Kind of odd, isn't it? Kind of odd, I find it. We have some tentative, who not trusting the little pump, and I get that, but not the whole bear thing. No. They, and we know who they are, haven't shown up today. Wish you had some dry powder there, Christian. A lot of us do, especially the dip. The dip yesterday, 15.9. You kind of got in Doge for 15.9 yesterday. Gurinder just bought some Zone. My Zone is got a very high average now. But I'm not selling it at a big loss like this. So I'll hold it till it goes back up, and then we'll see. Rolling Rob, you were catching up at the 2x speed, and now I sound really, really slow. It'll crash right when the stream starts tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, good luck tomorrow. Good luck with that. I know, Kitty. The market looks good now. Can't have anybody pooping the party. Agreed. Today is National Hug a Bear Day. Yeah, they can hug themselves. I agree. Am I preparing for the dollar Doge party? Too soon. Too soon. Can I look at the useless coin? Sure. But you know it's useless, right? You know it's useless. Up 20% today. Very similar to a lot of other coins. Hit 18 cents. But we zoom out to get the bigger picture. Actually, since it's gone up in June, it's been sideways since then. So, I mean, this is a pretty wide range here, like 200%. So, yeah, the time to buy this thing was back here in the middle or beginning of June. Absolutely. Under a penny. Yeah, I'm on the logarithmic scale. Why am I on logarithmic scale? Here we go. I knew something didn't look right. So since October 14th, it dropped down 60%. And it's been successive lower lows, lower lows, lower lows, right? So kind of bearish. But it's still a 20% pump today. Beautiful green candle in Doge, right up into the purple box. Got the magnet up here doing its thing. Let's go. Don't forget to smash the likes and subscribe. Thank you, Kronos. Appreciate it. You put a long trade in at 16.2. So far, you're winning. You bought useless a few months ago and made some money on it. It sounds like one of those things you kind of want to get in and get out. Yeah, Christian, I bought at $1.70, and I deeply regret that too. I thought I would do a nice little swing trade, make a quick few bucks, and then roll that over into Megal. That did not work out well. If Trump coin could just hit $10, I'm willing to take the rest as losses. That's what I did. That's what I did with Trump. Took the L. I put it into pump. Doubled my money on pump. So that was good. You know, I don't know how long the blocked user list is, Nate. I don't think I even want to open that up. But yeah, it's probably pretty long. Pretty long. Yeah, you know Ryan's there, right, Charlotte? You know he's there. I was on the phone. Likely excuse. I want to see Pax Cat singing All Eyes on Doge. The Super Bowl. I'm not even watching the Super Bowl halftime show. I might do a live stream during the Super Bowl halftime, actually. Some analysts say there won't be an altcoin season because there are too many coins. Even if money rotates from Bitcoin, it's being distributed by much more than before. Agreed. Yeah, we've talked about that. That's why I don't think we're going to have Bitcoin dominance go down to 40%. I think only 50. Half an alt season is what I get. And even though that's money not going into Bitcoin and going into the flattening out of so many other alts, it just will lead to less pumping of the bigger coins because of it. You won't see the same kind of FOMO, unfortunately. One day, maybe we could all do a small live feed together. For those that would want to show their face. No cigars here. Party at the Pax Cat. Yeah, Ryan, we hear you're a really good singer. And you like karaoke. The Brady Bunch stream. Agreed, Sunshine. Purple box is better than the red box. I can't see zone going down much further. We'll see if it turns around. For merch, holding the Pax Cat in the background with Doge. Oh my God. Even cats like Dogecoin. Yeah, Ryan, you got to be careful. You got to be careful what you say to women. You put too much stuff out there, man. How long before it pulls back? Right now, showing bullish momentum, though. Bullish momentum. If we can hold 18 cents through the weekend, I promise to be nice to my kids. Well, we would still be in the purple box, so we will check in on that, Sebastian. Will Dogecoin be at or above the purple box on Monday? Sebastian's kids want to know. Raiden, my friend, how are you? Welcome. Yes. A KrissPax live stream will be so much better than a Big Bunny halftime show. Absolutely. If the New England Patriots are in the Super Bowl, I may be a little bit busy. They got as good a shot as anybody right now. Yeah, XYG, that Ali guy, you just can't listen to him. Everyone's hungover from the bear. Thank you, Sci-Fi. I agree. Good place to hang out if you're a Dogecoin lover, but also crypto and other things. Right now, we're looking very good. We get up to 18.2, then Dogecoin is going to break free. I mean, this is setting up pretty well here. I know. What about that Filecoin, huh? See if it's still up at 336. We did look at this earlier. Oh, it's going back up for another run, up to 356 now. Up 89% today. Filecoin. It was up over 100% earlier. I saw that on Tom Crown's show. He was looking at this thing and it's 100% in a day. Looks like it's going to, now up 90%. We have the pinger on. We're listening to the shorts getting wrecked in the background. A Pepe short for $70,000 just got taken out. Let's go. You think Lions and Bills? For some reason, I just think the Chiefs have the Bills' number when it comes to the playoffs. The Chiefs just... But who knows? Maybe Drake May and the Pats will go on a big run or continue the run they're already on. They got a tough game down in Tampa this weekend. So we'll see how that goes. What's the big news, Ahmed? I think everyone's tired of being a bear. It's like, no, these prices are too low. And I think they're front running the end of the U.S. government shutdown. That's what I think. The crypto campfire. With the millions more tokens that we have now compared to 2021, how they've affected the markets. I wonder how much more affected the market will be in the next 4 years with millions more. There's got to be some way to clean out that old dead shit, just clean it out. It should be harder to make cryptos, not easier. Now they've got like Zora, I guess. You can it automatically creates a token. It's just like, we don't need that. Hey, Ido, how are you? Yeah, we're still trying to figure that out. The Bucks have been hot. It's going to be a good game on Sunday. Patriots, Buccaneers. The Doge heat map, there are some shorts. They're all up here, 19 cents. 19 cents. Millions of dollars. So we're looking at that, Sunshine. 19 cents. I don't know what's going on with the vote. Do I want to know? Do I really want to know? I don't know if this is going to be about the filibuster or the motion to proceed. Continue to approve. What is the pending action? Hey, look at this live stream. Maybe we should go watch this one. This guy, KrissPax, he's pretty good. Maybe we should go watch him. It's like nobody there. Nobody there. Again. Just like yesterday. No. I was trying to minimize. Dumb. New window. There we go. We'll see what happens with that. We can do both. I heard he's got a cool cat on his street. It's all about the cat. Like Jordan Cameron said, trillions will enter the market. Trillions. Yeah. F pump.fun. Just and Zora too. Just dumb. Well, your DGen Charlotte likes the pump fun. Yeah, let's go get them. 19-cent Doge. Let's take out them shorts. Oh, look, government earning their pay again. What do they do? We're doing a battle right now between 18 and 17. The shutdown will continue. Yep, that's what Ed Markey said last night. It's like all the Democrats, we're all in line. We're all going to vote no. Well, except for Fetterman and whoever that other one that already voted yes. But they need 5 more. And it's like they want to negotiate healthcare. And it's just like healthcare has nothing to do with funding the government. It has nothing to do with it. But hey, I get it. It's politics. Hooray. Back in the purple box. I miss Tom Brady and the optimism of $1 Doge, so I'm settling for 50-cent Doge and Drake me. Now you feel safe about the purple box and regret everything you said about it. It is kind of a unique thing, though, that goes on this channel, right? It's kind of a unique thing. It just kept me in line, kept me in order on what everything was doing. And when everything traded sideways for 3 weeks, the purple box made a lot of sense. We dipped down below it. I made a red box. We don't like the red box. So back in the purple box. The Dems can't afford to lose the illegals. It's DGen Charlie now. All right, sorry. Miss DGen Charlie. Isn't it better if the government stays shut down and the Doge ETF? The Doge ETF is going to get approved without the government now. So open the government, get the ETFs launched. Let's go. Schumer and the Democrats are pitching a shutdown plan tied to the 1-year Obamacare subsidy extension. They don't want the subsidy thing to end. Republicans would probably want some conditions on that, but most likely they're just going to say no, just vote to open the government as it is. And then it will continue to be shut down. We don't hate politicians enough. Has Jordan been shilling Zek? See, a month ago, nobody was talking about Zek. Absolutely nobody. And now, because it's going up so much, it's the thing. Bless the purple box. Am I live streaming Thanksgiving cooking? I don't even know what we're doing for Thanksgiving. Yeah, it's a bull pennant, John. We got a bull pennant here that we were watching. Short time frame, not a big thing, but yeah. What have you done for me lately? Exactly. Nobody's talking about Aster anymore, right? Oh, Elon's your buddy? Nice Christmas present. We'll take it. Boo for the red box. Purple is good. Mats, you bought the bottom. Awesome. Good for you. Think we're in a fake liquidate and pump solution of the flag. Deeper pullbacks. Right now, 18 is holding well. Volume, of course, ticking down, but 18 still holding well. Can I explain how longs and shorts work? Does anyone make money? Yep. Just like you go to a casino, right? Go to a casino and you win big, right? And so what do? Do you just take the winnings, say thank you very much, and never gamble again? Nope. You don't do that, do you? Nope. You go right back in and you do it again and you lose and you lose and you lose and you lose. But you remember the time you won, right? You remember the time you won. And you're thinking, yeah, I can do that again. And then you don't. Maybe you'll win some little things here and there. You keep going, you keep trying, you keep trying. That's what's happening in crypto right now. These degens. Or they've lost so much money, they're trying to revenge trade, right? And do like 50x leverage. And they get wiped out. And they lose and they lose and they lose. Better just to buy in the dips, buy spot, hold, sell for big gains. It does actually work. You don't need to do leverage trading to make money. I'm a good example of that. I made all that money with no leverage trading. So it can work. Democrats can't fix their own Obamacare problem. It's their problem. Right. So now they just blame it on Trump. But it was their stupid subsidy thing. They just want to see him burn. They don't care about the healthcare. Yeah. Once Doge hits 21 cents, can PaxCat be in the background on the live stream thumbnail? He's going to take over this channel if I do that. He's just going to take over. It looked like Doge led the way today, but there were others moving as well. But we can think of that. That's fine. How high up for Ethereum Classic? You know, I was hoping it would get back to $100, but yeah, I don't think so. ETH Classic. Now it's 17. Meatloaf? No, neither around town. Meatloaf is that good comfort food when it's cold out, but not a holiday meal. That's my opinion of meatloaf. Good comfort food on a cold day, but not Thanksgiving or Christmas worthy. And Charlotte says, oh, sorry, DJ and Charlie says, did someone mention casino? What? Casino? Casino? The bears aren't here today, Ron. You're a partial bear. But so far, markets are looking a little bullish right now. right? If the market moves against your position, you lose money, fees, and can get liquidated entirely. Yep, not good. The PAX catch. Always buy spot. Buy the dips. Buy low. Sell high. Crypto is easy, right? Isn't it easy? This cycle has just been a little different. People do occasionally make money leverage trading, Nick. There's no doubt. But the size of it that it's become, too much. Yeah, Doge is going to have the death cross. That is true. I think that's what you're trying to say. So it should, I think it was tomorrow, right? Or today. There's the daily. Let's turn on the 200. Yep, it might be tomorrow. It's right there. About to have a death cross, guys. The 50 is coming down. Let's see. The 50. The 200 will cross. Maybe Sunday. Looks like Sunday. Death cross. Happy Sunday, everybody. Death cross. We'll be watching that on Sunday stream. Death cross. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. But yeah, it's going to happen. Sunday. Death cross. That's a nice green candle today, though, isn't it? I like that. Let's get it up to 18.6. That'd be nice. Then it'll be like that dip never happened. We can do a big cup and handle. Move higher. For those that believe in that stuff. I don't know what's going on in the Senate. Nobody's talking. Hopefully 50 cents. Trump said that the Senate should stay in session until the shutdown's over. Well, that's good. That's good. Yeah. This cat thing is going way too far. Stupid cat that I've got to feed. I've got to give him water. I've got to clean out his litter box. He doesn't do anything. He doesn't do anything. He does give a little love, though. Right. I'm not going to be on. The boss is going to be out. The kids will play. You went from Pengu to Litecoin. I'm still holding the Pengu, but that's a good move. Fetch, we looked at earlier. Is it still moving? Fetch. Where are you? There you are. Pulling back a little bit, but that doesn't mean it doesn't scoop around and go up higher, right? We've seen that a lot. That's what ETH Classic is doing. Came up, little retrace, goes up higher. Even Jasmy getting in on the action. Up, back in the purple box for Jasmy. But so's Doge, holding on. Death cross will lead to a pump. It's the new golden cross. I like that. You think Bitcoin's still going to go to 95, Simon? It's not looking like it. The death cross is critically important on the 1 minute chart. Probably happens like 10 times a day. I believe in the cup and handler. Pax cat better than Mom Donnie. Agreed. He's my lucky charm. Yeah. He's my hype man. Waiting for the new Pax Cat video. No, now we have a video game. I know, Duchess. I know. No, we looked at other death crosses. It's like a 50-50. Sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down. Doesn't mean anything. It's showing a past trend that's bearish. But that doesn't mean it's going to keep being bearish. What's up tomorrow? Tomorrow, the KrissPax live stream is going to be without KrissPax. But the live stream will be on. You will see the live Dogecoin chart. And you guys can just chat amongst yourselves. Yeah, I was just taking a break on alcohol for a little while, Sebastian. Just taking a break. You got to do the 1 minute for the smart moves. The 1 minute chart. Oh. What do you think, Kat? I know. They all... Oh, I know. There he is. It's all he wanted. Right? He's actually a good cat. Independent at times, but he does want his loving. Right? Right? Yeah. You can't get any closer. That's really hard to do. All right, what's going on? The pinger is going off again. Get the pinger. BNB making a big run. BNB taking out shorts now.
Wisconsin.
BNB.
Without objection. I came to the floor 2 weeks ago with a completely nonpartisan, very sincere attempt. The bill that we called the Shutdown Fairness Act to simply pay the federal workers who we were requiring to work. The finest among us, members of our military.
When they finish a stream, the cryptos go down.
TSA air traffic controls to keep our skies safe. Now, when I was asking the Senate,
yep, Dr. Doge, we talked about that. It's good news.
The senator from Maryland offered an alternative. He called it the True Shutdown Fairness Act. The main difference is his was only going to be for 1 year. My bill's permanent. Permanently stops using federal employees and the American public as pawns in these sick partisan games. The other difference was my bill is focusing on the people we were forcing to work. His bill added furloughed workers. So on the floor 2 weeks ago, I said, if you're serious about passing this bill, if you're serious about stopping, he said we can't punish federal employees for our dysfunction. If you're serious about that, I told the Senator from Maryland, vote to get on the bill. I will include that. I will convince our conference to include furloughed workers. Get on the bill. We'll amend it. We'll get this passed. We'll start paying people. He rejected that offer. Now we started having discussions. His staff immediately acknowledged the fact that my bill did not in any way, shape, or form impact the President's authority in terms of who determined who was furloughed, who gets, included in reduction in force. It was silent. Even though they falsely accused my bill of giving the President greater authority, it didn't. I came to the floor again today to pass an amended bill with furloughed workers. By the way, a bill that is now
he's talking nobody
supported by
exactly
the American Federation of Government Employees.
There's nobody there. He's talking to the chairs.
The largest
exactly
public employee union.
There's nobody there.
Federal Managers Association.
It's just to put words on the record.
Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association, National Air Traffic Controllers Association. I'm going to have the senator from Texas come down and talk about what is happening with air travel as we speak. The International Association of Firefighters, the Association of Flight Attendants. These are public sector unions that generally don't
1808
support Republican legislation. What they particularly like about my bill is the fact that it's permanent. It prevents federal workers and, quite honestly, the broad American public from being used as pawns.
I know. The hug was like, that was it. And then he
political games
freaks out and leaves.
Played right now with their lives.
Yes.
So in a few minutes.
Sorry about the yawn.
We're going to proceed. To vote on a motion to proceed to my original bill. That's how this works. The leader voted no, so we can bring it up for reconsideration. So we have to bring that bill up. But we already have the language for the substitute amendment, which includes furloughed workers, that has been vetted by, quite honestly, offices, both Democrat and Republican Senate offices, by the Office of Management and Budget, by the public sector unions who have come out in support for it.
That makes me want to yawn again, Campo.
This is a bill.
Just seeing the emoji. I've got a yawn building up.
Tonight. Now, it was unfortunate that we couldn't pass it by unanimous consent, because had we done that, the House is on a 48-hour callback, and they will come back. The Speaker has already said they will pass this in the House, and we get our military members, air traffic controllers, these federal workers who keep us safe.
No, they haven't voted yet.
Get them paid. So again, I'm just asking, I'm actually pleading with our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to please vote to proceed to this bill. We'll substitute an amendment that includes furloughed workers. We can pass this tonight. If we vote to proceed, we can then vote for unanimous consent to waive all the time agreements, and we can even pass this yet tonight. Make our skies safer. But I know the senator from Alaska has a few words to say, and I know the senator from Texas will as well. So I yield to the senator from Alaska.
Thank you, my colleague from Wisconsin, Senator Johnson, and I've been proud to work with him on this bill over the last couple of weeks. The way this came to the floor, Senator Johnson and I were making the case in the conference. I had a bill that actually was the bill about paying our troops. Imagine that. You would want to pay our military during a shutdown, including the Coast Guard. Senator Johnson came to me and said, hey, Dan, I got a broader bill. Let's pay everybody who's required to work to keep us safe in America. So I said, great idea. Let's do it. So this is the Shutdown Fairness Act. Senator Johnson already talked about what it does. Very, very simple. If you are required to work because your job's important, primarily because you're keeping Americans safe, then you should be paid. We have a great example right here. All these Capitol police officers right now are keeping us safe right here on the Capitol, they're not getting paid. Air traffic controllers, TSA, keeping us safe right now in America. Senator Cruz is going to talk about what they've been going through. They're not getting paid. They should be paid. And of course, our military. President Trump has worked magic to keep them getting paid, but that's going to run out soon. So this is a very simple bill. There's nothing more American than paying people for their hard work, especially when the federal government is requiring them to work. So what happened? Oh, and by the way, Senator Johnson mentioned it's well over 200 groups now. I have the long list of public employee unions, the Teamsters, private sector unions.
Is he the Texas guy or the Alaska
America
guy?
Are saying to our colleagues on the other side of the aisle,
almost better than white noise.
Short-term
Purple.
CR, but also pass this bill. So what happened? When we worked this 2 weeks ago, there was a number of Democrat senators who came to us and they're very interested in doing it. Because it makes sense. How could you not be interested in doing it? We can negotiate healthcare and these other issues, but the men and women in the federal government.
Yeah, I think the next guy to talk is Texas.
Stories about the FAA guy driving an Uber because he's got to pay his family. He's not getting paid. He's had a really important job as an air traffic controller. So we thought our bill was going to pass. Number of Democrat senators were like, hey, we agree with this. It's 2 weeks ago. So what happened? Here's what happened. The same thing that's been happening every night. The minority leader, Senator Schumer, and the Democratic leadership is pressuring the other Democrat senators, don't do it. Don't do it. The pressure comes on them. It's happening right now. The pressure comes on. Don't do it. We got to make sure the left wing of the party's happy. You heard Senator Schumer recently that we're, quote, winning. We are winning the shutdown. I'll tell you he's not winning the shutdown. By the way, I have no idea who he's talking about when he says we, but I'll tell you he's not winning the shutdown. The men and women in America who work for the federal government who aren't getting a paycheck and are required to work. So that's what happened last time. Democrat senators are going to vote for our bill. And the leadership on the Democratic side, because they want to use these people.
Could it be a trap? Craig, can always be a trap, but right now it's holding.
So I hope my Democrat colleagues.
It's holding good support here, 18 cents.
Have the courage to look at your leader and go, you know what?
So we'll watch that.
Chuck, sorry, I'm going to pay the Marines. I'm going to pay the Navy. I'm going to pay the FAA. I'm going to pay TSA.
I know. I would never be an air traffic controller.
Pawns. Because right now they're being used as pawns. So here's the deal. So my Democratic colleagues, 2 weeks ago, a number of you were going to do this. We had discussions. And then you kind of got pressured to not. Show some courage. Walk up and vote with us to pay the men and women in America, federal workers who are keeping us safe and haven't gotten a paycheck.
I want to thank the Senator for Alaska. He has been so dedicated. He's been so tenacious in making sure the finest amongst the men and women of our military get paid. And then signing on to my effort to broaden this to all federal employees. Again, as you said, they shouldn't have to go to food banks. They shouldn't have to drive DoorDash to pay their child's tuition or to feed their families. This is ridiculous. But we had a chilling report from the senator from Texas, the chairman of the Commerce Committee, in terms of what's happening with air traffic control and in terms of our skies. But before we turn to the senator from Texas, we'll go to the senator from Wyoming has a few words to speak on this bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to thank Senator Johnson for his dedication to try to pry the federal workers who are being used in what is a political battle And I want to excuse them from a partisan political battle that is not of their making, so they can go back to work and serve
You believe in the fib
American
line, Simon?
people. So what we have
Good luck.
here,
I don't see that happening right now.
a political standoff
16-3, and the way down here.
Democrats and Republicans
Comes all the way back down.
in Congress. It has nothing to do with the air traffic controllers. Some of them are Democrats, some are Republicans. It has nothing to do with any other essential or furloughed federal worker. Some of them are Democrats and Republicans. Some of them probably agree that we should shut down the government so insurance companies can make billions more dollars off the American taxpayers under Obamacare.
We get an open government while we're here. We're going to pump hard. 26 cents.
Open the government.
Let's do it.
And work out this healthcare mess after we open the government. But regardless of that, they're not in a position to make those decisions. We are. So here we are in the longest shutdown in government history. The Congress is responsible for it. It's political. It's not policy driven. So since we're going to argue about politics and who's winning and who's losing and who's setting themselves up to have the next president or win the midterms, instead of worrying about whether the airways are safe, whether WIC is funded, whether SNAP is funded, whether workers are funded, whether the military is funded, since we're going to fight over who's going to win the election a year from now, let's excuse the people who are not responsible for this dysfunction from our dysfunction. That's what Senator Johnson is trying to do. Now, we all agree, Democrats and Republicans, that this is not fair to federal workers, people who are in the military, who are air traffic controllers, who are essential, who are furloughed.
Oh, she's all Bitcoin.
Them. We all agree.
She's the crypto mom,
Johnson is doing,
or whatever they call her, like all Bitcoin.
a way that we can be together,
except it's more
on a
stable coins now.
bipartisan
But
basis, excuse the federal workers from this mess, let them be paid, and let us go on.
do the opposite of what Joshua does.
Partisan political dysfunction, if that's what we want. If we want to fight about health care, it's my opinion we ought to do it after we fully open the government.
That's what it's about, Ryan.
If we're not willing to do that, let's at least let the federal workers off the hook.
They keep the seats empty for safety.
I applaud Senator Johnson. I applaud Senator Sullivan. I applaud Senator Cruz. We want to be able to keep Americans safe who are getting in airplanes every day. We want to keep Americans safe who are working in the military. They don't make very much money, especially those young first and second year military employees. And some of those have young families. Some of those have spouses. I'm telling you, they don't make much money. And then you withhold their pay. Those are the people that are working paycheck to paycheck. Let them out of our political dysfunction. Don't make them suffer for our political misfunction and dysfunction. I want to also thank any Democrat who will listen and be compassionate towards your federal workers in your districts. This is wrong.
It's 5 o'clock. Come on.
Those of us, whether we disagree about
Let's vote.
or not, whether you want to
Roll call. Let's go.
billions of dollars to give to insurance companies for a broken healthcare system, fine. We can have that debate. But don't penalize the federal workers for our dysfunction, our disrespect for them.
Thanks for the super chat.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back.
Yep.
I appreciate the remarks by Senator from Wyoming. I know people are already coming down here to vote, but there are no time restrictions here. It's extremely important. We have a number of senators that want to speak to this issue. We should give them time to speak. Hopefully, to convince our colleagues on the other side to, again, be fair. Think about what your vote
She's the one who's talking about the Bitcoin reserve. We like her.
Don't want to be used as
We actually like her.
I believe the senator from Texas, our chairman of the Commerce Committee.
They said they're going to
Got
vote.
some pretty, as I said, chilling information.
5 o'clock somewhere.
Based on what is happening if we do not pay air traffic controllers. Senator from Texas.
Yeah, they're not going to drop their own.
Thanks,
Okay.
Senator Johnson.
Oh, Ted.
Day 38.
Ryan, it's
of the
Ted.
shutdown.
It's Ted.
The longest government shutdown in the history of the United States. Now, Senator Schumer told the world, quote, "Every day gets better for us." Senator Sullivan asked, "Who's the us?" I'll tell you who the us is. This is a partisan political show. It happened because in March,
Cancun cruise. Yes. I remember
the
that.
Democrats decided to be reasonable and allow the government to stay open. And the extreme left wing of the Democrat Party got furious, and Senator Schumer nearly lost his job. And now the government is shut down because the Democrats want to show the radical left wing and their base that they really, really, really hate Donald Trump. Now, on the Democrat side of the aisle, there's a talking point we actually had in the Commerce Committee yesterday. One of our Democrat colleagues
Good idea, Ron.
said, there's a Republican president, there's a Republican Senate, there's a Republican House. This is the Republicans' shutdown. And I don't know who actually produces those talking points for Democrats, but every one of them, word for word, says the identical thing. Well, I tell you, I spoke shortly thereafter, and I said, every witness in a court of law, before they testify, they're sworn in, and they're asked that their testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I said what my Democrat colleague just did there failed part number 2, the whole truth. You're right, there is a Republican president. You're right, there is a Republican House, and you're right, there is a Republican Senate. What the Democrats also know is that under the Senate rules,
There's the poll.
it takes 60 senators to vote to fund the government. They all know that. That's not something they don't know. And it's not an accident that they don't mention it. Why do we have a shutdown? Well, let's count. There are 53 desks on this side of the Senate floor. There are 53 Republicans, which means the government cannot be funded until at least 7 Democrats decide we're going to fund the government. By the way, this is not a new development. When Joe Biden was president, 13 separate times, we passed a clean continuing resolution. What does that mean? We had a 60-vote threshold then, too. That means Republicans could have done this garbage any of the 13 times under Joe Biden, but we did not. They didn't have 60 votes. What was different when Joe Biden was president is Republicans voted with the Democrats to allow the government to stay open. And by the way, in March, the Democrats knew that was the responsible thing to do. It does not take much on the magic Google machine to get video of every one of these Democrats saying on TV, government shutdowns are reckless, they're irresponsible, they're wrong. They all know that. But you know what they're counting on? I look up and the press gallery is virtually empty. They're counting on ABC, NBC, and CBS lying to the American people. They're counting on CNN lying to the American people. They're counting on MSNBC lying to the American people. This is not complicated. 14 times the Republicans on this side of the floor have voted to open the government.
Could be
And
BP.
14 times
3 months.
Democrats have voted to keep the government closed. And then after they vote to keep the government closed, the Democrats walk out to the reporters and say, gosh, I can't believe the Republicans closed the government. That's when a reporter is actually supposed to do something really radical. It's called report. The person telling me he or she is upset at the government shutdown, why did you vote 14 times to keep the government shut down? Now, there are lots of aspects of this that are painful, but there's one in particular that is impacting American families all over the
power
country,
of the
which is
PAX.
any family that is traveling for work, traveling to visit a sick relative, traveling to go to a funeral in a family, traveling to go on a family vacation. There are right now over 50,000 TSA agents. Many of them are going to work. They're not getting paid. They missed their paycheck. There are right now more than 14,000 air traffic controllers. Many of them are going to work. None of them are getting paid. That means they're trying to figure out, their last paycheck didn't come. They're trying to figure out, how do I pay my mortgage? How do I pay my rent? How do I pay my food? How do I feed my kids? How do I take care of medical bills? You know what the answer from the Democrats is? Every day gets better for us. If you're hurting and not getting a paycheck, Senator Schumer's answer, I do appreciate his doing the Mr. Burns tent with his hand.
They could do
I wish
that,
he'd started off with eggs.
but then they lose their leverage. They've got leverage right now.
That
The
is, in fact,
Democrats
his
do.
quote, every day
They
gets
want to use that leverage now.
On Wednesday, there were over 15,000 flight delays. On Wednesday, there were over 600 canceled flights. Delta Airlines has called on the Democrats, vote to reopen the government. United Airlines has called on the Democrats, vote to reopen the government. Southwest Airlines has called on the Democrats, vote to reopen the government. American Airlines has called on the Democrats, vote to reopen the government. The National Air Traffic Controllers Association has called on the Democrats, vote to reopen the government. Yesterday, I had a conversation with the administrator of the FAA. It was chilling. As everyone knows, the FAA announced that it is putting in place a mandatory 10% reduction in flights in the 40 largest airports in America. What the administrator of the FAA told me yesterday on the phone was why. And here's what Administrator Bedford said. He said last Friday, which was Halloween,
Bitcoin's still going up. Yep.
half of the busiest 30 air traffic control facilities
Still going up.
were short-staffed. That includes New York, Austin, Newark, Phoenix, Washington, Nashville, Dallas, and Denver. I want you to listen to this next statistic. Nearly 80% of the air traffic controllers in New York City called out. They did not show up to work. Nearly 80%. Senator Schumer represents New York City. Nearly 80% of the controllers called out on Halloween. There were rampant delays. The FAA said the aggregate data, the whole national airspace system, looked okay. But then they deaggregated the data, looking at the 40 biggest airports in particular. It painted a very different picture. Here's what the administrator of the FAA told me.
Yeah, we didn't want to get into that
Pilots
New York City mayor conversation,
filed more
BP.
than 500 voluntary safety reports about air traffic control problems they were encountering. Air traffic controllers that were fatigued, that were tired, they were making mistakes. And what's the Democrats' views? Well, there's an old line that a gaffe is when someone in Washington accidentally tells the truth. You heard Chuck Schumer say every day gets better for us. Here's what one Democrat aide told CNN. Another senior Democrat aide said, as long as public perception is in their favor, the party will not concede short of, quote, planes falling out of the sky. That's out of the words of the Democrats themselves. Let me tell you, as chairman of the Commerce Committee, part of our responsibility is to oversee the FAA and to do everything possible to ensure safety. Turning to my Democrat colleagues saying, this is not a joke. First of all, the shutdown happened because Senator Schumer had to demonstrate he was tough, so he didn't get primaried by AOC in New York. Then the next threshold was the No Kings rallies. They had to show they were tough enough that when radicals were marching in cities across the country, they were as angry as the blue-haired angry radicals. Then we had Election Day. They were going to keep everything shut down to Election Day because it energized their base. And then Democrats won elections in the very blue state of New Jersey, the very blue state of Virginia, and the insanely blue city of New York City. And suddenly Democrats said, holy cow, our really left-wing voters like it when we shut the government down. Are there any Democrats on that side of the aisle for whom responsibility matters? Or is every one of them proud to say, we will keep it shut down until planes fall out of the sky? God forbid that comes to pass. Over 500 voluntary safety reports about air traffic controllers. You got air traffic controllers driving Uber to pay their bills. And here's the good news. We can resolve it right now. Senator Johnson's bill that we will vote on in just a few minutes is very simple. It says any federal worker that goes to work will be paid. If you have to work, you're a soldier, if you are manning the wall, keeping this country safe, you're being forced to work, you'll be paid. You're a Border Patrol agent, if you're an FBI agent, if you're a TSA agent, and you have to work, you'll be paid. And if you're an air traffic controller and your job is literally keeping, Mr. President, your children and my children safe when they get on an airplane, you will be paid. And to those in the media who persist in repeating Democrat talking points, understand this. The vote right now, if we vote yes, the air traffic controllers will be paid. If we vote no, the air traffic controllers will not be paid. So every Democrat who votes no is saying we will not pay the air traffic controllers. What does that mean? There are roughly 45,000 commercial flights a day in the United States. The 10% reduction that the FAA has put in place will be roughly 5,000 flights a day that will be canceled. Now, if you assume 100 passengers are on each flight, I'm a lawyer, not a mathematician, so I'm going to make the math simple. 100 passengers, 5,000 flights a day, that is more than 500,000 Americans who will have their flight canceled each and every day the Schumer shutdown continues. More than 500,000. And millions more will have their flights delayed. So it's a simple choice. It is a simple choice. Do you want to pay the air traffic controllers or not? But I got to tell you, you better be ready to talk to your constituents who said, why was my plane canceled when I was going to see my sick mother? Well, because I, Democrat, voted against paying air traffic controllers. That's the answer. You won't like giving that answer. But I'll tell you what, that's a lot better answer than if you have to look in the eyes of someone whose family was killed because the Democrats get what they are explicitly asking for, which is planes falling from the sky. The Schumer shutdown, you are a left-wing partisan Democrat, you say every day gets better for us. I'll tell you who us ain't. It ain't the American people, so do the right thing because every one of you knows it's the right thing. Vote yes, pay the air traffic controllers, and end this ridiculous shutdown. I yield the floor.
The senator from Texas for his sobering remarks. The chamber should be full. It'd be nice for our Democrat colleagues who are here to listen to that. I'm hoping they are listening to them on their TVs in their office. God, I hope it literally doesn't take planes falling out of the sky. Tonight, you can continue your shutdown, but you can vote to pay the air traffic controllers, so that is far less likely. If you vote no, and God forbid it actually happens, can you live with yourself? I came to the floor 2 weeks ago in as nonpartisan fashion as I possibly could, begging Democrats to pay people that are forced to work, that are keeping our skies safe, that are keeping our nation safe. 2 weeks later, we haven't done it.
Dogecoin still holding 18
This isn't
cents.
partisan.
It's right there.
Search your conscience. Ask yourself, honest to God, if a plane has fallen out of the sky. I'm not saying it's because of air traffic control, but you heard 500 safety instances. Our air traffic control system is already antiquated. Can you live with yourself if another plane falls out of the sky and more people needlessly die because we were short of air traffic controllers? I know Senator from Alaska has a couple more comments, then we'll turn it over to the Senator from Florida.
Well, I just want to thank Senator Cruz, Senator Johnson, for coming to the floor and making this very strong case. And it's about safety, and it's about the American way. There's nothing more American than paying people for the work that they do. We all know that. Again, Senator Johnson's bill is a simple bill. It's about paying the federal workers who are required to work to keep us safe. All these jobs we're talking about are jobs that keep the American people safe. Of course, the military is a big part of this bill. They epitomize the federal workers who are keeping us safe, and they epitomize courage. So do many of our federal workers as well. So I hope my colleagues on the other side of the aisle just show a little bit of the courage that our military displays every day all over the world. Just a tiny bit of that courage. Again, to my Democratic colleagues, we know you're getting a lot of pressure from your leadership. Senator Cruz did a great job of explaining the origins of that. By the way, it has nothing to do with health care, it has nothing to do with anything. It has everything to do with appeasing the far left of the Democratic Party, which is rising. So we get that you're under pressure. But you all know that voting for this bill is the right thing to do. I know my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. They're good people. As Senator Johnson just said, have a little bit of conscience and a little bit of courage, the kind of courage that our military displays every day, and vote for the Shutdown Fairness Act right now. Every one of you knows it's the right thing to do, and I hope you do it.
Senator from Alaska, yield now to the Senator from Florida.
The Senator from Florida.
Right. So, Mr. President, first thing I want to do, I want to thank all the senators that were speaking tonight. I can't imagine voting not to pay somebody. You know, in my state, here's what's happening. We have people that are not getting food. At church on Sunday, the pastor asked if we would actually bring in a whole bunch of food because they knew because of what the Democrats were doing, people would not get their food stamps. So all the food banks, they needed way more food. I was talking to a reporter today in Tampa, and he said the line is unbelievable. at one of the food banks he was at in Tampa today. But when I think about these people that are not getting their food stamps, I think of my mom. So my mom was a mom of 5 kids. So we lived in public housing. I never met my dad, and she had to go to farm to market stores and ask for food. She never got food stamps, but she had to go ask for food. So just think about what's going on around our country. There's people right now worrying about if they're going to feed a 2-year-old little kid. Look, can you just imagine what that mom's doing? I mean, I just can't imagine how anybody ever could vote to shut down the food stamp program to not feed kids. Then let's think about all these people not getting paid. So I'll give you my experience. When I was 19 years old, I got married. I was an E2 in the Navy, and I was making $334 a month. So that same person today, not me, my wife and I, she was making $75 a week as a legal secretary. So those people, if something like that, I didn't have $25 in the bank. They wouldn't have said, "Oh, it's okay not to pay the rent." Any costs we had, no one would have said, "Oh, don't worry, you don't have to pay it now." And so that's what's going on with our military. They have mortgages. Their kids have school costs. Their kids want to play sports. They might have medical bills. And my Democrat colleagues are saying they don't care. I mean, it's just like, did they ever live that life? Did they ever live the life that they are worrying paycheck to paycheck how they're going to pay for food, for the rent, for a mortgage? Do you think all the lenders are going to say, "Oh yeah, we know the government shut down, so you don't have to pay your mortgage"? So I just don't know how you could not have a heart to open up government. I mean, we can have a policy disagreement every day, and we should. But to not make sure people get their food stamps, not make sure that people are showing up today, as Senator Cruz said, trying to keep us safe in the skies, our military that's trying to keep our freedoms, and the Democrats don't care if they get paid or not. Now let's think about it. Since I got up here, this is my 7th year, I've had a bill that says no budget, no pay. Right? The Democrats have blocked it, including yesterday, because they want to get paid, even though they are making the decision that other people don't get a paycheck. They're not willing to give up any of their pay because, like one of them said, he's a mortgage. Why would he be expected to give up his pay? Well, they're doing it every day to all of our federal workers. I just can't imagine doing that. So what I'd say to my Democrat colleagues, open the government. Pay our workers. Make sure people have food on the table. Don't ever, ever, ever in your wildest dreams do that to people in our country. It's wrong to do what you're doing. Senator Schiffer came out and said he had a proposal. It's a joke. It's a complete joke. And I'll tell you why. Let's think about what they want to do. For us to be able to make sure that we start paying people, they get food stamps, they want to make sure insurance companies continue to get rich. So their proposal doesn't do anything. So right now, people don't lose their Obamacare subsidies. It's people that make over 400%, that's over probably $128,000, $130,000 a year, get subsidies for their health care. You could be a millionaire.
It's supposed to happen
You
now.
get a subsidy. So you say he wants to make sure millionaires get a subsidy for people to possibly get any food. Then he knows that Republicans are not going to continue to
The
support
Democrats will come in, during the roll call, they'll vote no, and they'll leave.
That's wrong. Has taxpayers paying for abortion? That's wrong. Has taxpayers paying for trans surgery?
Yeah, furloughed workers
That's wrong.
get back pay.
Making sure there's about supposedly 4 to 5 million people don't even know they have these subsidies.
It's just they
Because
have
it just
bills
goes
right
directly to
now
an
that
insurance
need to be
company with
paid.
no responsibility by a consumer. All you have to do to sign somebody up is know their name, their birth date, their address, sign them up, insurance companies get all the money. Why would we ever support something like that? So I want to thank my colleagues. I can't imagine. It's heartless to not make sure people have food. It's heartless to make sure people don't have money if they're working. And so if the Democrats vote against Senator Johnson's simple bill to pay people that are busting their butt to keep our freedoms, keep us safe, do all these things, I don't know how you can go home and feel good about what you're doing. I yield my time.
I want to thank the senator from Florida. I see the senator from Michigan. I believe he wants to speak to this bill. We will have the last word, but if he wants to get ready, I don't know.
Let the chair. I'll recognize the senator from Michigan, and then we can go back to the senator from Nebraska.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, let me first say that there's something that we all agree on, Democrats and Republicans here in this chamber, is that we want federal employees to be paid. It's simply unacceptable that they have to work and come to work every day, do their job, and not get paid. That's why we got to end the shutdown as quickly as possible. So we're focused on doing that. But that's not really exactly the total story behind the Johnson bill. I have legislation to pay federal employees now. We could vote on that now. I offered it at a UC request from my colleague from Wisconsin. And so we have a bill to pay all federal employees right now. No strings attached, and no language that gives the president more power, more flexibility to do things that we should not want him to do. But my Republican colleagues don't want to have that bill. Senator Van Hollen, another colleague of mine, has a bill to pay it. It has complete support of Democrats. Let's pay them. We have two bills that if we put on the floor right now, we could pass. If my Republican friends really want to do it, we could pass it with 100 votes. And I'm happy to, it's my bill, but any of you can sign it. I offered it to my colleague from Wisconsin. It could be your bill. Give it. I don't need any authorship of it, but it's a bill that does exactly what my colleagues across the aisle are saying. Just pay federal employees. That's what it would do, and yet that's rejected. So why? Well, there's a little bit more in this bill. In fact, the Johnson bill before us actually creates an unlimited and permanent slush fund for President Trump to use. You're not going to get support here from us to transfer what should be congressional power to be able to determine when we want money spent, it actually gets spent the way it should be. It's not about passing a slush fund to the president. The president could justify the transfer of this money elsewhere. This is something clearly the administration wants because it's going to give the White House more power. The bill adds presidential authority by omits the regular safeguards that we include in normal funding bills to ensure that money actually goes where Congress intends. Now, we've been seeing a lot of that. The president basically is just thumbing his nose at Congress every day. Unfortunately, my Republican colleagues say, well, that's okay. The president doesn't want to listen to the Congress. That's okay with them. We are a co-equal branch of government. We're elected by the people back home to represent our people as senators. We're not here just to rubber stamp a president. I know a lot of my colleagues on the Republican side of the aisle, I'm surprised because a lot of...
So I didn't think that I'd still be on at 5:30. Do you want me to just keep the live stream going? Because I need to step away for like half an hour.
Republican colleagues, either here in the Senate or in the House.
What do you mean this is all ready?
In this bill, there's no explicit guarantee or requirement to actually pay out this money.
This is live.
The administration could sit on this appropriation. We're just plain check appropriation for employees, but the administration can just sit on it for some or those particular programs they don't like. That's why in a normal appropriations bill, we put in language to prevent that. Now, granted, the president has been ignoring Congress, but at least we put it. We're saying these are
Leave it running.
Congress
Okay.
has the power of the purse. It's Article 1 of the Constitution.
Ryan, Nick, and I know
Yet a lot of my
Charlotte, you're going to go to sleep, but
take that to heart.
I'll leave it running.
Most appropriate bills, including the current House continuing resolution proposal, actually includes.
All right, you guys got it.
On how funding.
It's a test
will
run.
be used.
It's a test
The
run.
Johnson bill includes no restrictions. No restrictions.
We got Dogecoin in the background here. Its price.
Shown that he will.
Hopefully it stays in the purple box.
Very novel ways. He said that he will refuse to pay back pay to workers.
Yeah, right. T-Jet.
Said it. This bill hopefully does address that.
We are the
money
captains
illegally
now.
to pay for his political priorities, and he impounds money.
All right, have fun.
He finds it. This bill is
Actually, I need to keep
Trojan horse.
the mic on.
There to say we're going to help federal employees, but it's really continued power for the president. I've heard my colleagues say that, the federal employees are being used as pawns. That's what this bill does. It's using federal employees as pawns to give the OMB and the president a whole lot more power to use a slush fund of money in any way he chooses. We know the OMB director, Russ Vought, likes this bill. We know what Russ Vought's about. In fact, I think there was a leaked speech that Russ Vought had. We mentioned this in the committee, and my colleagues, I appreciate them saying how wonderful federal workers are. But this is what the OMB director, who says this is really a good bill, the Johnson bill is a really good bill. He said, we want the bureaucrats to be trauma. They have to be affected by trauma. When they wake up in the morning, we want them to not want to go to work because they are increasingly viewed as the villains. We want to put them in trauma. I hope my Republican colleagues called out Mr. Vought when he said that, because you care so much about our employees. I appreciate that. But when folks in the administration say things like this, please say that is wrong, that we really do care about you. Not when you're trying to put a bill forward that's going to give the president an unlimited slush fund. Let's be real. If you want to pay employees, which I hope you do, you want to move forward, then take a bill that we know has the kind of guardrails that our appropriation bills normally do to make sure the money is actually spent as we intend in Congress, which is the way it's supposed to work under Article 1 of the Constitution. I still believe in the Constitution. I still believe that we are a co-equal branch of government. We are not simply a rubber stamp for the president. And if we don't change that way, that's how you lose the checks and balances that our founders cared so deeply about. As our founders were debating the Constitution, they didn't trust any of us. They knew, they're politicians too. They knew you can't trust anybody. So they figure we're going to have three branches. We're going to have the judiciary check the Congress and the president. The Congress will check the presidential power. And Article 1 is the Congress. They thought the Congress was the most important one. But they kind of assumed that the Congress would actually exercise its power and check presidential power, not just hand more to them with a smile and then use a false pretext in order to give that money. So that's what this bill is about. And, I've tried to work with Senator Johnson. I will always want to work with him. We've worked on a number of bills together. We have language. Again, the bills that we have that I've introduced, which is the Military and Federal Employees Protection Act, straight, clean bill. Talk about union support. Every union has supported my legislation. Every union has supported Senator Van Hollen's. And we're now getting unions. Unions are starting to read the fine print on this bill right now. So we have AFSCME that's now come out against it. We got the SEIU that has just come out against it. We have the AFL-CIO that has just come out against it. We have the IFPTE they're coming out. And I guess our union friends are going to read the language of this bill and they're going to oh, we should have read the fine print. Yes, it's really important to read the fine print. So we can't support this bill. We can support a bill that pays all of our employees, but it's got to be one that has the types of protections that we have in every other appropriations bill that we try to pass out of this body. So I'm going to oppose this, but hopefully we can find a way to work together. We have two bills ready to go. We can pass today, but with this bill, we are going to object to this one.
Thank you. Mr. President. Mr. President.
Is the senator from Wisconsin?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not quite sure what planet the senator from Michigan comes from, but here on planet Earth, when you read the actual language of the bill, none of these phantom provisions exist in there. But I will go through those point by point before we call for the final vote. Right now, I think Senator from Nebraska has a few points he wants to make.
Senator from Nebraska.
Thank you, Mr. President. Earlier today, we heard about an offer from the Minority Leader. It shows just how unserious he and the Democrats are. That offer is full of horse hockey. It has things in it that Republicans cannot accept, and he knows it. And my colleague from Michigan, Democrat from Michigan, was just talking about power, because this is what it's about. He mentioned power. A number of other folks have talked about leverage. They need to have this shutdown for leverage. A number of Democrats have said this. But what I'm here today is to talk about people, not leverage, not power, people, air traffic controllers. These are letters that I have received from air traffic controllers, handwritten letters. They're talking about what they are going through right now because of the Minority Leader's shutdown. Let me just read you some of these. My wife suffers from a chronic autoimmune disease that without her medication would cripple her. Our monthly copay for her specialty medication is $2,800 a month. We have less than 2 weeks before her next round of medication is due. Our situation is not sustainable, even with pulling money from our savings. That from one of our air traffic controllers in Nebraska. Here's another one. Each shutdown gets harder than the last. The mental stress of the unknown gets harder each time. With my growing family and medical bills for my family, it gets harder every time. Both my children have neurological disorders that require constant monitoring and medical care. I take pride in my job and the service we provide here at Omaha Approach Control. As a patriot and a veteran, I take my federal oath seriously. I will always continue to do my job and keep the skies safe and expeditious. Or here's another one. Myself and my family, to include my 3-year-old daughter, are struggling to make ends meet. I now have to decide between putting food on the table, paying my mortgage, paying my car note, and many other things I need to survive. Are the Democrats deaf? Do they not hear from the people that are putting in these situations? This is their shutdown. This is their Biden budget they're not voting for. They voted for this 4 times over the last 19 months, and now they won't because their far left wing tells them not to. We have patriots here who are suffering. Why don't they show some of the courage that these people are and stand up to the far left wing and vote for this bill so that at least the people who are working can get paid? Is that so much to ask? That we pay the people who are actually trying to keep the skies safe. The Democrat staffer was earlier quoted as saying, we're going to do this till planes start falling from the sky. Well, folks, we already heard that the FAA is going to cut back 10% this week on the number of flights because of safety concerns. But it's the people that are the air traffic controllers and our law enforcement and everybody else who is working in a federal job that is not getting paid are paying the price for the Minority Leader shutdown. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield to my colleague from Wisconsin.
Senator from Wisconsin.
And I appreciate the comments from Senator from Nebraska. I think the Senator from Utah would also like to speak to the bill.
Mr. President, I want to commend my friend and colleague, the Senator from Wisconsin, for his outstanding work on this bill, the Shutdown Fairness Act. Senator Johnson has seized on something very important here. We're surrounded by people in this very building and throughout the United States and across the globe, people who are faithfully, valiantly working for the United States government. Now, some of them are staffers in this very room, not being paid. Some of them are the police officers we greeted on our way in who are keeping the Capitol Hill complex safe. Some of them are soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marine, the guardsmen all over the world who are serving the United States government at risk of life and limb to keep us safe. And there are countless others in different occupations who are not being paid. Why? Well, they're not being paid because our Our friends on the other side of the aisle are wanting to expand government yet again. They may think that this is the right message, that this is a winning message. This is not. It's not the right message, it's not a winning message, even for them, because it highlights something. It highlights the danger in putting too much trust, too many responsibilities, too many functions in the United States government. So much so that when a crisis like this emerges, and the Schumer shutdown now drags well into its second month, you see that what the American people have previously regarded as a service performed by their government to them is now being held over them to extort even more money out of them under threat of planes falling from the sky. And we're told by Democrat after Democrat on television interviews and elsewhere, well, it's okay. It's okay because this is leverage. This is our leverage. Well, what do they want to use that leverage for? They want to use it so as to paper over the failures, the abject failures of Obamacare, this law that has succeeded in doing exactly one thing: enriching large health insurance companies while making all Americans poorer. Premiums have skyrocketed, coverage has diminished, quality has completely tanked as a result. They know this, they understand this, they see premiums continuing to increase year after year after year. And so what do they want to do with it? Well, they want to spend a lot more money moving forward. Money at a time when the US government is already $38 trillion in debt. Money to hide, to conceal what it is that Obamacare is doing to the American people. When in fact, what Obamacare has done is diminished the healthcare options that the American people have. It used to be that you could negotiate with a health insurance company and buy a health insurance policy. But Obamacare in many ways made what was once health insurance illegal. We need to make health insurance legal again. We need to allow a willing customer to pay a willing insurer for a health insurance policy, rather than an Obamacare health plan, which very often, through its Byzantine labyrinth of federal regulations, just adds to the cost and adds to the profits, the bottom line of these huge healthcare companies. So yeah, they want to take this to extort the American people in their position of vulnerability at a time when we're told planes may start falling from the sky, at a time when people's airplane tickets are being rendered valueless because a lot of these flights are not going to be able to be made, and all kinds of other problems are happening, while at the same time, our federal workforce is not being paid. These are not the right people to punish for the failures of Obamacare. Don't let them carry that burden. Don't make them do it. They didn't do this to the American people. Obamacare did. Let's fix Obamacare. Let's make it legal again to have health insurance, actual health insurance, not that sort of bastardized form of health insurance that emerged from Obamacare's endless regulations that result in diminished quality, lower coverage, and endlessly higher premiums. Mr. President, this shutdown has gone on long enough. This shutdown should come to an end, and it should come to an end by the very generous offer made by Republicans time and time and time again to continue at spending levels that until just months ago were the Democrats' own spending levels. It's not enough for them. We've got to end the madness and end the shutdown. At the very least, even if we're not to end the shutdown, we should pass Senator Johnson's bill. We should do that tonight. We should do it right now. Because regardless of what you think we ought to do with Obamacare or any other aspect of government, these workers who have now gone for some time without a paycheck, they should not be required to make this sacrifice, especially when you consider what it's for. Hiding the true cost of Obamacare, that is shameful. Again, I thank and I commend Senator Johnson and his team for putting together this legislation. I'm proud to support it. I wholeheartedly endorse it, and I plead with my colleagues to vote for it, and let's get these workers paid. They deserve nothing less. Thank you.
And I want to thank the senator from Utah for his remarks.
Senator from Wisconsin.
Mr. President, I don't want to spend all the time refuting all the misrepresentations from the senator from Michigan in terms of what phantom provisions he claims are in my bill. There's no slush fund. It is completely silent on presidential authority. I know some people want to reduce authority, but that's a bill that won't be signed. If you want to pay the federal workers, if you want to stop punishing them for our dysfunction, if you want to stop using them as pawns in this political game, that's a demand you have to drop. The money appropriated in this bill will go to pay workers. That also is a false argument. But if you're not quite satisfied with the language, it's been out there and we've been trying to work and get feedback for 2 weeks, and we've gotten excellent feedback from leadership, from discussions on both sides of the aisle, from OMB trying to perfect this thing. The solution is get on the bill. Get on the bill and offer amendment. Keep talking to us. Don't close it down. Now, we heard from a number of our Republican colleagues. We heard from Senator from Michigan. And obviously, passions are running high. But there's a great deal of frustration, certainly on our side, when the other side simply won't take yes for an answer. But I came down here 2 weeks ago in as nonpartisan stance as I possibly could be. Because as Senator from Michigan stated, we all agree that these people ought to be paid. So the way to do that is not offer a bill on unanimous consent that has no chance of being signed into law. The way to do that is to vote to proceed tonight to this bill. If we could iron out differences, we could yield back time to get this thing passed. The Speaker of the House said he'd already come back and pass this. So we are so close. I realize they're going to be hard partisans. I know liberal unions have now come out against this, but the bulk of the public sector unions are for it. They prefer my bill over anything else that they may also support it because this is permanent. This ends using federal workforce and quite honestly the American public as pawns in these partisan games for all time. Again, the American Federation of Government Employees, the Federal Managers Association, the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association, National Air Traffic Controller Association. And again, I hope our Democrat colleagues listen to Senator Cruz's chilling and sobering remarks just a few minutes ago. The International Association of Firefighters and the Association of Flight Attendants. This bill has support because it makes so much sense. It is fair. So we had 3 Democrats join us 2 weeks ago. There are 2 other Democrats who have voted for the House CR. That brings us up to a total of 58. Now, we vote against this because we didn't have furloughed workers. We've added furloughed workers. So hopefully those 2 will join us. I have talked to enough Democrat senators trying to get their input, trying to get this passed. I know there are Democrat senators that want to vote for this bill, that can vote for this bill. So putting all partisanship aside, again, I want to appeal to your better angels. Search your conscience. Sign on to a bill. Vote for a bill that ends using federal workers, the American public, as pawns. The senator from Maryland said last week, let's not punish federal workers for our dysfunction. I think my closing argument has to be to go back to what the senator from Texas was talking about air traffic control in that situation. 500 safety issues reported recently in our skies. Search your conscience. Can you imagine? I mean, honestly, think about it. Imagine what the one Democrat staffer said, that we're going to cling to this until planes fall out of the sky. Think about how you would feel if, God forbid, another plane fell out of the sky, people died. How could you live with yourself? Now, again, you can continue the shutdown. I mean, that's your political choice. You can continue to vote against the very reasonable House continuing resolution. But you can still vote to pay federal workers. You can vote to make sure that air traffic controllers get back to their stations and keep our skies as safe as possible. You can vote to dramatically reduce the chance that a plane will fall out of the sky. We just need two more of you. Two more of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle who are working with, quite honestly, folks on this side trying to end the shutdown. Just two of those that I spoke to that I thought would vote for this. I'm begging you, two more. Let's get on this bill. Let's pay federal workers. Let's make our nation safer. Let's do the fair thing. Let's do the right thing. Let's vote to proceed to this bill and get it passed. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Majority Whip.
Mr. President, I withdraw my motion to proceed.
The senator has that right. Motion is withdrawn.
President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to the motion to reconsider the vote on cloture on the motion to proceed S3012.
Questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion's agreed to.
Mr. President, I move to reconsider the vote on cloture on the motion to proceed S3012.
Questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Motion's agreed to. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 191 S3012, a bill to appropriate funds for pay and allowances of accepted federal employees for periods of work performed during a lapse in appropriations and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the motion to proceed to S3012 to appropriate funds for pay and allowances of accepted federal employees for periods of work performed during a lapse in appropriations and for other purposes shall be brought to a close upon reconsideration? The yeas and the nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Campwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Cotton, Kramer, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Husted, Johnson, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Marino, Mullen, Ricketts, Risch, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, and Tillis. Senators voting in the negative: Bennett, Heinrich, Kane, Kim, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Van Hollen, Warner, and Welch. Ms. Slotkin, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Blunt-Rochester, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Young, aye. Ms. Hassan, Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Hoban, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 53, the nays are 43, 3/5 of the Senate duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion upon reconsideration is not agreed to. Majority Leader.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection,
I understand there's a bill at the desk, and I ask for its first reading.
clerk will read the title of the bill for the first time.
S 3166, a bill to rescind unused COVID funding and reduce the deficit.
Madam President, I now ask for a second reading, and in order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I object to my own request.
The objection is heard. Bill will be read the second time on the next legislative day.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 12 noon on Saturday, November the 8th, following the prayer and pledge. The journal proceedings be approved today. The morning hour be deemed expired. The time for two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day. And the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Madam President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order following the remarks of Senator Cassidy.
Without objection. Senator from Louisiana.
Madam President, I'm going to try and present a way forward for Democrats, Republicans, and Americans out of our current situation with a different proposal than people have already thought of. Now, the government should have been shut down for 38 days, and tomorrow we're going to vote again, and tomorrow the vote will again fail. But in Americans, Congress is frustrated. We need to open the government. So, if to open the government, we need to talk about health care, let's talk about health care. Let's have a conversation in the family. We have an affordability crisis, and health insurance is part of it. Now, this is personal to me. I'm a doctor, practiced in a hospital for the uninsured and the poorly insured for 20 years. And many of those people that came to see me were middle-income Americans who could not afford their medical bills and could not afford insurance. I want to see this solved. But if we're going to solve it now in this present circumstance, we need to move beyond entrenched ways of thinking that have settled us in our camps and refuse to allow us to listen to the other person. And I thank some of my Democratic colleagues for being here. We've got to be creative. Now, the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, whatever you want to call it, tried to make health care affordable by giving insurance companies more money. The enhanced premium tax credits, EPTC is the latest example. It sends, next year it would send $26 billion to insurers, hoping that families see smaller bills. But that actually doesn't make health care less expensive. And for some, it actually makes the health insurance more expensive if you're not getting subsidized care on the exchange. So we can do better than just papering over the cost with subsidies. Instead of paying insurance companies to manage our money, let's trust Americans with a pre-funded, flexible savings account worth as much as the enhanced premium tax credit that they would receive. Let me repeat that. A pre-funded, not out of their salary, but pre-funded from the federal taxpayer, equivalent in value to the enhanced premium tax credit that they would receive. Now, let me make it clear. I'm not speaking for the Republican caucus. I'm not speaking for President Trump. I'm not even speaking as the Health Committee chairman. I'm speaking as a senator and as an American that sees us at an impasse and is trying to think differently about how we can move forward. So I'm going to present to my fellow Americans an idea that hopefully will move us out of this stalemate and go forward. And I'm going to try and speak as if I'm speaking to the American back home. Here's the problem. Under the enhanced premium tax credit, if your insurance premium goes up, if the insurance company decides to pay more, they just get more subsidy from the taxpayer. Now, insurance companies get paid no matter what, and it doesn't matter how expensive the tab is. There's absolutely no incentive to bring the cost down. There's no transparency as to what the care really costs, and there is absolutely no reward for the family that goes to a place which is less expensive. It's like putting a Band-Aid on a broken bone. You're hiding the fracture, but you're not fixing the broken bone. Let's fix the broken bone, which is high healthcare costs. So, put simply, the enhanced premium tax credit does not empower patients. It enriches insurance companies. By the way, they're important. We need them. But if I have a choice of empowering you, the American, or enriching an insurance company, I and we should pick our fellow American. Now, imagine a different type of help. Not paying the insurance company another subsidy, but putting money pre-funded, not out of your salary, but roughly equal to the enhanced premium tax credit, put that into an account that you control. Every eligible American citizen on the exchange would receive this federally pre-funded flexible spending account. And it would work like the prepaid health account you use for real-world health expenses. It would actually have more flexibility than your current insurance proposal. You go to the dentist, it can pay for dental care. You go to the orthodontist, it can pay for your orthodontal care. It can pay for eyeglasses, which typically insurance does not pay for. Prescription drugs, medical supplies, your deductible, your copay, it can pay for it all. Now, it wouldn't pay for insurance premiums. This is about you spending directly for your healthcare costs, not about enriching insurance companies. It would pay for the care that families actually use. That's what a pre-funded flexible spending account actually does. I keep emphasizing pre, because I mention this to people and they say, wait a second, this has to come out of my salary. No, this would be the money that would go to an enhanced premium tax credit, and instead it goes into this account that you control. Now, it seems complicated for some. I go and I mention it to them, I say, oh boy, this is something different, Bill. This is a great idea, but it's kind of like, just too different. 72% of Americans getting their health care through some government entity are offered flexible savings accounts. 47% of people getting insurance through their employer are offered FSAs. This is something that is used by millions of Americans already. So what I'm proposing is just to give this option to people on the exchanges. And by the way, the federal government already offers flexible savings accounts to people on these small business exchanges. Members of Congress, we are on the Obamacare Small Business Exchange. We have the option of choosing an FSA. My family has one. And the Department of Treasury already has an office through which they funnel money to pay for these flexible spending accounts that I, as an individual, choose to get. So what we're speaking of is just offering to people on the exchanges, that on the individual exchange, that which is already offered to people on the small business exchange, and paying for it by the same mechanism in which it's already done through that exchange. Now, still, there's going to be some bureaucracy involved. But if there's any president that can overcome the inertia of the bureaucracy to make it happen by January 1, 2026, is Donald J. Trump. Donald Trump is the man who, when it was told it would take 18 years, 10 years, 18 months to come up with a vaccine and a program to prevent COVID transmission, he did it in 10 to 11 months. This president can overcome the inertia, and we have a running start because the federal government is already doing this. Now, let me make clear the key differences between enhanced premium tax credits and federally funded flexible spending accounts. First, who gets the money? Under the enhanced premium tax credit, insurance companies. Under this, it is patients and families. What can it be used for? Here, the premium tax credits go for insurance premiums. Period, stop, full stop, boom, it goes to the insurance company. Here, real care. Your doctor visit, your deductible, your copay, your dentist, your glasses, your prescriptions, that sort of thing. Who makes the decision? The insurance company. Just wait and fight with them about a pre-authorization. Under the flexible spending account, you make the decision. You have the power. And lastly, does it lower cost? No. It is pretty clear If we continue to fund insurance companies no matter what they pay, it drives up the cost. In contrast, if you empower the patient, that mother is going to find the most affordable option. It's been studied. If you give people something that they perceive as their own money, they hunt for that bargain. By the way, if they go and they find out that the cash price is cheaper than what the insurance company would charge them, they will have the option of using this for the cash price. So we have reforms in here that give the patient even more power. The good thing about that, as the patient saves money, so does the taxpayer, and that's a good thing. So the pre-funded, flexible spending account doesn't treat people like dependents of the government as do the enhanced premium tax credits. It treats you like a capable consumer who knows what is best for your family. You decide where to go for dental work. You decide your pharmacy. You decide whether to pay the cash price or the negotiated price that the insurance company offers you. And instead of watching and paying insurance companies to manage your day-to-day care, you manage it with fairness, transparency, and flexibility. Now, some will ask, won't this cost money? Of course. In the first year, it'll be about the same amount as the enhanced premium tax credit. And my Democratic colleagues should like that. But the individual would be getting better value through the federally pre-funded FSA because she is spending it on that which she actually needs, as opposed to up to 20% of it going for overhead, profit, and administrative cost. It isn't just fiscally responsible, it's common sense. Who wouldn't rather have their money in their own pocket than for the insurance company to dictate how they spend it? So here's the choice before us. In conclusion, we can keep paying insurance companies to paper over the higher cost behind confusing bills in a system which actually raises the cost for some, or we can give Americans the tools, we can trust our fellow Americans to pay for their care directly at fair prices with transparency. If you will, it puts patients first, not insurers. It encourages competition. It rewards smart choices, and it begins to make healthcare truly affordable, not by inflating subsidies, but by unleashing the power of the consumer. Let's stop writing blank checks to insurance companies. Let's invest in our fellow Americans. I say this, we have to first open the government. This takes writing some legislation. We have to open the government, but we have to be willing to take a risk to solve a problem and not be afraid to do something different. I have seen in our chamber right now a hunkering down. We've not been able to solve it, so we're not going to try anything different. We're just going to wear the other side down until they wave the white flag. Now is the time to be creative. I'm a rock rib Republican, but I will say what I just offered is not a Republican solution. It is not a Democratic solution. It is an American solution. Let's open the government. Let's work together. Let's fix healthcare by giving the American more power, not the insurance company. Thank you.
Senator, the question, Washington, without objection.
Thank you. Will my colleague yield for a question? Thank you. I noticed in your proposal, you're talking about something that you would hope to affect January of next year. Is that correct?
That is the goal, to have this ready for next year.
What is the senator from Louisiana's interpretation of how the market controls the, you're trying to create a market mechanism where you're giving the consumer the same amount of money you would give them in the tax credits to make the insurance more affordable only through a health savings account. But how do you know once you gave that in the health savings account, the market is going to not still have an increase above that amount? So how do you think this affects the market?
Wonderful question. First, this is a flexible savings account, not a health savings account. There is a legal distinction. I want to make that. When the enhanced premium tax credits are not renewed, we know the insurance companies have already set up their rates. And so the consumer, our fellow American, will be choosing from the offerings that have been made by the insurance company for them to choose from. The difference would be And they will see, by the way, that the policy for someone at 400% of federal poverty level costs about $2,500 more a year than it otherwise would have with the enhanced premium tax credit. This would be supplemental. We would say to that individual, you're at 400% of federal poverty level. Your policy is $2,500 more a year. You will get a flexible spending account pre-funded to help offset the cost of this. Now, if it's my family, I would say, I got $2,500. Maybe instead of going for a silver plan, I'll go for a bronze plan, because now I can offset the higher deductible with my flexible savings account. And because I'm going for a bronze plan, my premium will be lower. But that's trust in the American people. We are plugging into the current insurance market. We're actually not changing at all how it functions.
Would yield for another question. I'm assuming that you think affordability is the key. I certainly think affordability is the key. Nobody wants to subsidize expensive health insurance. We want to create market mechanisms to drive down the cost of health insurance, not just spend money to buy expensive insurance, whether you buy it through the tax credit or buy it through a health savings account. We want to create those mechanisms. So again, all of this is going to take place in November and December, right now in December. So somehow you would make some calculation in January about what would go into a savings account, or you're thinking of a flat number?
That's a wonderful question. No, if somebody, the federal government knows, or put it this way, many states have calculated what would be the insurance rate with an enhanced premium tax credit, and what will the insurance rate be without the enhanced premium tax credit. It has been calculated for our fellow Americans what the value of an enhanced premium tax credit would be if they signed up for a certain policy in their state, given their age and their health condition. They know that. The question is whether they get the credit or not. Well, they're not going to get it, so the policy is going to be higher. And this, under the plan, if we can agree to it, they would then get the FSA in an amount equivalent to that which they did not receive as a payment to the insurance company. Instead, it would be a payment to the flexible savings account they would have, and that they would then use it for these services.
If the senator would continue to yield, the issue is that, so much of this is already set up, and I think you're trying to be creative in a way to, instead of the Alexander Murray cost revenue sharing, I think you're trying to figure out something that would get people the same amount of money to make them whole over the next year or two. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So I would say what we're trying to do is make people, as the market is out there, whole over the next year or two. That's exactly what we're trying to do. We're happy to debate how we make health insurance more affordable. After that, that has been a goal of our side of the aisle for decades. We want to make it more affordable. Now, we all get to be measured about how successful we've been on that, but I think that we're going to continue to strive to make it more affordable, and really are proud that we drove down the uninsured rate with the Affordable Care Act, because we covered more people, thereby lowering costs because not having so much uncompensated care. So I'm glad to see somebody saying, let's talk and let's put a proposal out there. Happy to continue to have a dialogue about any idea that helps us move forward. But the issue is that so many Americans are in this moment right now making these decisions, and how you affect that for the next 2 years is the biggest question. And you and I know, if we said, okay, we're huddling tomorrow, or the finance committee is huddling tomorrow, then everybody would be up here trying to convince us not to do various things. So the question is, how can we protect the marketplace for the next year or two in the simplest way, and then get about us going back to business, talking to each other, trying to work out what are the best creative ideas for lowering health insurance costs. I don't know why we haven't done a PBM bill. I mean, my colleague Senator Grassley and I have a bill. I think you have a proposal. Other people have a proposal. We're letting PBMs get away with so much in the expense of prescription drugs. I don't know why we don't spend all our time driving down the cost of health insurance. So I'm happy to work creatively on ways to protect the market over the next 2 years, so that we can finally get to some creative discussion. So I thank the senator.
Thank you for the questions, and let me just respond very quickly. I think the beauty of what I'm proposing is it fits in very nicely with the insurance markets as they currently are. It doesn't require anything to change between now and January the 1st. It is too late to change those plans and those rates. It is just too late. This does not require those rates to change. This would be something which could benefit our fellow Americans next year and could be implemented by then. Yes, the bureaucracy is going to have to work hard. President Trump can get them to work hard. You mentioned several other reforms. I am in total agreement. We should be working, again, Democrats, Republicans, that's what we need to do to get something done, in order to come together for a set of proposals that will lower healthcare costs. And both as a member of the committee, we both serve on Senate Finance as well as the chairman of the Health Committee, it is my intent to do that. We've got to do that. But this can work this year for Americans who are going to be on the exchanges, and that's my hope. With that, I yield. Thank you.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands adjourned until 12 tomorrow, Saturday.
Oh yeah, not those. Oh, I might know a small Jewish kid who can learn. He's 18. All right, I'm gonna meet you up at my car. I'll see you at the car. Okay?
Hello. What happened? Are you guys still here? Ah! Hey, Pax get decided. Dogecoin's at 17.8. Must not have been anything good. You guys. You're supposed to trick me. Yeah. You just got here? I just got here. I have a haunted house. As soon as I left, the price dropped. Yeah, figures, right? Blame Charlotte. Oh, I hear dead people. Back. The people in the White House get richer while citizens get more poor every day. Yeah, it's okay. Would you guys scare everybody away? Anybody new came in? No, we're going out to dinner in about 5 minutes. People got the boot. Check the community. Okay, I will. Don't read the comments. All right. We'll do it.
All eyes on Doge. Big run up. To the moon. Whew. Doge still going up. All eyes on Doge. Still big run up. To the moon. Keep going up. Going up. All eyes on Doge. Dogecoin. Up. Movement in Doge. Dogecoin. Up. All eyes on Doge. Dogecoin. Up. Movement in Doge. Dogecoin. 42.69. All eyes on Doge. Dogecoin.
Yeah, it looks like my average view duration went down, even though some of you have been here for 5 hours. But somehow the average view duration went down. Oh, well. I'm opening for PaxCat. Oh, I missed Khan. Was he feeling bearish? Was he a big bear, Mr. Khan? I know exactly right. Well, they're right here. I monitor the stats all the time during live streams. As soon as I left, it was like going downhill. No, it's fine. It's all good. It's all good. I'm glad you guys could hang out. We had a giveaway. Oh no, how much Doge do I owe people? He wanted to let you know that it'll all fall in a week. Awesome. I wouldn't expect anything less from our friend Khan. I wouldn't expect anything less. Yeah, the viewer count is a falling knife. Hey, tomorrow I won't even be here, so but hey, it worked, right? It worked. And the pinger's still going off. Oh man, Zone totally. Did you guys, what did you do to the Zone stock? What did you do? Oh, man. All the way down to 49 cents. Jeez. Oh, there went that money. Try and support Doge. Nope. God. Crash. I hope William didn't buy Zone on the dip. Zcash. Was Zcash going down? Yeah, all those things that go on these big runs, right? You can't trust them. Yeah, not too. That's still 647. Couldn't hold 700, but you like BTOG compo? What's BTOG at? BTOG. I've got it somewhere here. 31 cents. Just 31 cents. Somebody's waiting for me in the car. Good night, Julian. Hey, Doge is doing okay. Get back in the purple box. I will keep the boxes here. Red versus purple. Maybe the title for tomorrow's live stream is going to be Between Two Boxes. Between two boxes. Was Charlotte not behaving, DB? I can't imagine that. What? Blame DJ and Charlie. I know. Saw Render was up earlier. Good green day, though. So let's hope we get more liquidations happening and all of that. So, hey, look at you guys. Can you imagine? You're 5 hours hanging out in a live stream for 5 hours? The liquidations are just Filecoin going back up, taking out shorts. Filecoin's not giving up. I got to look at it. And then I got to go. Filecoin. Yeah, it's curling back up. It's not dropping below $3. It almost did. Test run was successful. Yep. DJ and Charlie's going to be an angel. All right. Hey, everybody, have a great evening. Good night and good day for those where it's already Saturday. And yeah, tomorrow we'll just do I'll set it up for a Dogecoin chart live stream, and you guys have fun. And yeah, you guys, if you have a name like DJ and Charlie, you're a guy. Okay, so you guys. All right. Everyone have a good night. See you tomorrow. Or you guys will see each other tomorrow. I'll see you on Sunday. But the stream will be on. Enjoy. Later.
Dogecoin, which started as a complete joke, has like skyrocketed to not a joke anymore. It hit an all-time high of almost 10 cents yesterday, but it was so minuscule you wouldn't have understood why you have millions of shares.
Didn't Elon tweet that too?
And arguably, the most entertaining outcome and the most ironic outcome would be that Dogecoin becomes the currency of Earth in the future.